suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night no be cheap. It's once again everybody dey pay. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we dey Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the Betty, we dey Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. We dey Mugu, I be the master. When you go play one, they go say that you style. When countryman do Igbo, they know the shot. All I kill and die. Whatever you go ban is greedy. I say I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my terrapo, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, then I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master. I hear you.
So that shouldn't be there. They should be there. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you and all that. A bit of a confused sort of last half an hour thereabout. I was going to run this session anyway. I was going to run it quietly in the shadows of the afternoon session that seems to have spiraled into the evening session. They seem to be having so much of a good time there. I was going to leave them to carry on with their thing and then do this session, which I'd already put up. I was just going to do it quietly. But alas, it seems as though they have ended their stream. So this now seems to be the main one going on. But nevertheless, still the one-man platform. Good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. I hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another evening with your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. One man went to mow. So one man went to mow the eagle lands. The eagle lands and is bringing with him a bag of all manners of goodies. So apologies for yesterday's session, by the way. I just couldn't, I fell asleep actually waiting to do it. So that's really as boring as what happened. So all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button. Oh, hold on. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button if you would, please. Subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink says StreamYard. That's your invitation. Super chats towards the stream. Share it as widely as you possibly can. So those are the standardized call to actions that we start the sessions with. So still the same call to action things. Starting so late, it has actually spiraled into the next day where I am. So no room for dilly-dallying. Let's just launch straight into it. So we launch straight into it. There's so much to go through that probably quite a few of them I'll only really give you the headlines. But we kick it off with this one. A lot of people still, a lot of people are still not on board that the country is on a rebound and things are on the upward trajectory. But people who are monitoring data, they see the smoke signals and they want to be part of it. So the Nigerian story starting to glisten yet again. JP Morgan seeks merchant banking license from CBN to bolster African presence. So JP Morgan now, having now established then that they want to be a player in the African market, where else is the game other than the Nigerian space? On their knees to Tinubu begging for a license, JP Morgan seeks merchant banking license from CBN to bolster African presence. So let's start. I think the headline probably tells us all we need from there. American multinational financial services firm JP Morgan Chase and Co. is gearing up to, and this is coming from Nairametrics, by the way, which is the go-to, that's essentially the equivalent of Financial Times within the Nigerian paradigm. American multinational financial services firm JP Morgan Chase and Co. Is seeking, that should be our seeking, shouldn't it? American multinational services firm JP Morgan Chase and Co. is seeking to expand its operations in Nigeria by converting its long-standing Lagos representative office into a fully operational business branch. The move marks a significant, and people tell us that people are running away from Nigeria. But anytime you pick up the news, it's almost as though people are running into Nigeria, but say, oh, all the companies are leaving, but this is not what the records are showing. Once again, this time at speed, American multinational financial services firm JP Morgan Chase and Company is gearing up to expand its operations in Nigeria by converting its long-standing Lagos representative office into a fully operational business branch. The move marks a significant development in the United States Bank's strategy to strengthen its foothold in Africa's largest economy. According to a report by African Intelligence, JP Morgan plans to apply for a merchant banking license. So a merchant banking license is essentially, so just to be clear, they have to have a foothold within the Nigerian space, because the Nigerian space is one of the biggest economies in the whole world. In fact, not just Africa. Nigeria is a top 30 economy. So necessarily, JP Morgan Chase has to have a foothold. And all they ever had all the way through was just a foothold within the Nigerian space. So they just had like an office with probably about 2-3 staff just to keep them abreast of what's going on there. But all of the signaling that they're seeing coming out of Nigeria now, they're now seeking a merchant banking license. So this is quite this is a quantum leap from where they are to where they intend to be. So imagine from having a representative office, just a little footnote office, probably on Broad Street somewhere or wherever the financial district is, just having an office just to keep them abreast of the goings on in Nigeria, and they're not going from having that office to expanding it to a fully operational outlet. They are leaving from having just a foothold office to actually applying for a banking license. So that's a quantum leap. American multinational financial services firm JP Morgan Chase and Company is gearing up to expand its operations in Nigeria by converting its long-standing Lagos representative office into a fully operational business branch. The move marks a significant development in the U.S. bank strategy to strengthen its foothold in Africa's largest economy. According to a report by African Intelligence, JP Morgan plans to apply for a merchant banking license from the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, in the coming months. So that tells you then that if there was ever, this is yet the strongest yet signal of confidence in the Nigerian financial space yet that we've seen even for decades, never mind under Tinubu's administration. This is the strongest yet indicator. The license will enable the bank to broaden its offerings beyond advisory and asset management, with plans to introduce dollar-denominated loans tailored for large corporations. So this is huge, actually. You may not know the strength of this, but this is yet the biggest indicator of confidence in the Nigerian financial space. Strategic mission to support Nigeria's economic growth. The New York-based financial institution, which has been operating in Lagos since the 1980s, so they've always had an outpost office in Lagos since the 1980s. So from having an outpost office, they now want to become a full-fledged bank. Not to expand the operations of an outpost to become a full-fledged financial presence. They want they are going to full hog to become a bank. The New York-based financial institution, which has been operating in Lagos since the 1980s, is managed in Nigeria by its head of West Africa, Dayo Olagunju. If approved, the conversion to a full-fledged branch would mark a new era in JP Morgan's African operations, further enabling the bank to provide specialized financial services whilst strengthening its regional presence. So this banking licensing now, so they're not even coming, they're not opening branches or asking Iya Silifa to come and open an account. No, they are opening dollar-denominated operations that would enable them to support large business enterprises in dollar deals. So that's really where that's the core remit that they're bringing to Nigeria. If approved, the conversion to a fully fledged branch will mark a new era in JP Morgan's African operations, further enabling the bank to provide specialized financial services while strengthening its regional presence. This ambitious step aligns with JP Morgan's CEO Jamie Dimon's long-term vision to expand the bank's presence across Africa. The transformation of its Nigerian operation comes at a time when global institutional investors are increasingly eyeing opportunities in Nigeria's evolving financial ecosystem. So forget, all this. Anyway, let me not do that. We did that in the afternoon session. So what you should know is that in January, a delegation led by JP Morgan's Dapo Olagunju met with Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, at the ministry's headquarters in Abuja. According to the ministry's post on Twitter, the discussions focused on exploring investment opportunities, strengthening investor confidence, and evaluating Nigeria's economic outlook under the current administration. The delegation included major institutional investors with significant holdings in Nigeria, Eurobond, and local securities. Their visit, I think we get the gist of that. So there it is. JP Morgan, I was going to say coming to a high street near you, but they're not coming to any high street though. They're just they're there to loan dollars at extortionate rates to big businesses in Nigeria. So there's that. Yes, is this the same storyline? Oh, this may well be the same storyline. If anybody wants the conversation, by the way, hop on. I know you were whooping and hollering with Adama and company just earlier on. Maybe you're exhausted. More competition for UBA, Zenith, Access, others as American giant firms set to operate in Nigeria. So I'm not sure if this even constitutes good news because it will be the remitting of profits. It is more capital flight than capital inflow, isn't it? Because they're not really looking to sit their money in Nigeria, are they? But I'm not quite sure how good the news. Good to see you, Mohammed. I'm not quite sure how good the news this is. More competition for UBA, Zenith, Access, others, as American giant firms set to operate in Nigeria. So still the same storyline. Yeah, let's see if this gives it a different inflection. By turning its representative office in Lagos into a fully functional business branch, JP Morgan plans to increase its presence in Nigeria. They're not even they're actually turning it. They're not turning it into a branch. They're turning it into a bank. The U.S. banking behemoth, well, which has operated in Nigeria since the 1980s, intends to seek for a commercial banking license from the Central Bank of Nigeria in the upcoming months, according to African Business Intelligence. So I think this is a rehash of the same storyline. All right, I think this may well give it a different inflection. Let's just take it here. Present in Lagos since the 1980s, U.S. bank JP Morgan plans to transform its Nigerian representative office into a fully fledged branch. The New York-based financial institution, managed in Nigeria by Dapo Olagunju, will apply to the Central Bank of Nigeria for a merchant banking license in the coming months. JP Morgan refused to comment when approached. If it proves effective, the newly formed company will supplement its current advisory and asset management activities by offering dollar-denominated loans to big businesses. So rather than Dangote traveling to New York for these loans, it would now just go to Lagos Island. Says this action is in line with the CEO's overarching plan to increase the bank's footprint throughout Africa. When Damien, that's the CEO of JP Morgan. When Damon traveled, that's DIMON. When Damon traveled to Nigeria, not Damon as in a show. When Damon traveled to Nigeria in the middle of October, he met with Olayemi Cardoso, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. He also visited South Africa, where JP Morgan has a business, and Kenya as part of his African tour. Prior to this journey, Damon told Reuters that he wanted to expand the bank's presence on the continent by adding a country or two every couple of years. So there it is right there. It says, furthermore, in January, JP Morgan executives met with Nigeria's Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, in Abuja. Olagunju spearheaded the engagement, which so there it is. So I think that's that for that. So that's that for that. So on from that to the next. What does the next offer us? Do we want to do a bit of Peter Obi bashing? This is a Peter Obi bashing one. This is Bayo Ononuga mocking Peter Obi's appearance on Arise TV just the other time when he was just talking utter gibberish. Do you want to do this? Is it what's there for? Why not do it? It's always fun mocking Peter Obi, isn't it? There's nothing more fun in Nigerian politics than pointing and laughing at Peter Obi. So let's just point and laugh at Peter Obi a little bit. It says hold on. It says think tank. I've always struggled with those two words together. It's a tongue twister for me. Think tank. Think tank. Think tank. Think tank. Peter Obi's economic analysis, simplistic, shows a pedestrian understanding of the national economy. I'm only really reading you this because it's in tandem with my assessment when I did a reaction stream to Peter Obi's appearance on Arise TV. The Independent Media and Policy Initiative has described recent comments by Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, on using money to drive economic productivity as not only simplistic, but also hollow. The policy group noted that Mr. Obi's position, which he canvassed in a recent TV interview, shows a pedestrian understanding of the national economy. In a policy statement signed by its chairman, Dr. Niyi Akinshiju, IMPI argued that economic productivity is not a standalone item that could be automatically fixed with a single dose action. It said, we do not begrudge Mr. Obi accusing the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of being ineffective in implementing economic policies. We consider his proposition of injecting money into productivity as the singular solution to Nigeria's economic malaise in the first 2 years of this administration, if he were to be the president, as manipulative and born of a deficient understanding of historical issues that underlines Nigeria's economic trajectory. He claims his silver bullet proposition would lead to a more productive and sustainable economy. Coming from a former governor and one who had chaired the board of a commercial bank, we found this submission puzzling and at times vexatiously narrow. Look at that. I like that phraseology, vexatiously narrow. I might borrow that to use in the future. The fact is that productivity is not a standalone item in the universe of economic productivity. It is, by fact and praxis, so praxis is Praxis, are made up of different components and value aggregation. Economic productivity, which implies the efficiency of an economy in producing goods and services, is influenced by human capital, education and skills, technology, physical capital, equipment, natural resources, and entrepreneurship. Driving economic productivity supposes an overall strategy to streamline these factors and generate the appropriate quantum of revenue to invest in them, whilst considering the period it would take to gestate and impact the economic space. The policy group pointed at Nigeria's economic challenges and wondered what the former Anambra State governor would have done differently from the steps taken by the Tinubu administration. You see, anybody telling you that they would have done anything differently, then that person is not fit for that service. You know, I'm going to go and look for a clip where Lamido Salusi said exactly that about 5-6 years ago. That the Nigerian problem, they're so glaring, and the spaces that are most immediate are so obvious, and the solution to those spaces are so narrow that anybody telling you anything differently from the necessary heavy lifting that is necessary, then that person is a fool. And this is what this piece is saying as well, that anybody telling you that they will do anything differently from what this administration is doing, that person is either being disingenuous, hopefully they are being disingenuous, because the other alternative is to suggest that they are fools. The policy group pointed at Nigeria's economic challenges and wondered what the former Anambra State governor would have done differently from the steps taken by the Tinubu administration. Since 2014, Nigeria has had to contend with the challenges of low revenue exacerbated by policies that continuously eroded productivity, such as fuel subsidy and multiple exchange rates. Despite the storm associated with the removal of fuel subsidies and the harmonization of multiple foreign exchange windows, the Tinubu administration expressed a profound understanding of the national economy by conducting the equivalent of a surgical incision on the economy. Tangential to this is the injection of money into productivity, single dose treatment. So anyway, that's another person slamming Peter Obi. We all already know what all thinking people think of Peter Obi. So there's that. So let's go on from that to this. If elections were to hold today, Tinubu will secure a second term easily. There is practically no opposition in the country. This is Deji Adeyanju, who was once an Aluta man, now parading himself as some sort of lawyer. If elections were to hold today, Tinubu will secure a second term easily. There's practically no opposition. You see, when it's saying, this actually aligns with what we were reading just earlier on. When it's saying that there's no opposition, when they say there's practically no opposition in the country today, you have to understand that that's a multi-layered comment. I don't even know that the Jordan would understand the complexity of that statement. You just said it as usual, just for the verbosity of it. But that's a multi-layered statement. There is no opposing arguments that nobody is saying that it cannot be the case that the government is getting everything right and they're in lockstep with what progresses that country. That cannot be the case. But there is no tangible, no coherent argument being presented to counterweight the government. So there is no opposing argument in terms of the policy thrust of the country. Is that in terms of the directional movement, in terms of the administration of policy, there is no engaging debate. There's no intellectualized debate. All we hear are just the sort of example that we saw with Peter Obi 2 days ago on Arise Steve. It's just tugging at heartstrings, saber rattling, dog whistling to ethnicity, and all of this. It's just righteous indignation. Righteous indignation about in the instance of the opposition in Nigeria is actually an unrighteous indignation. But righteous indignation is not opposition. So the people that should be indignant should be the populace. The people that should provide panacea to that indignation should be the political space. And the political space then, the solutions being presented by the people in situation is what's been applied, and an alternative solution then should be argued then by the opposition spaces in order then that the people then understand what the options are, and that to then make an informed choice. But we don't have an opposition in Nigeria. What we have are people like Peter Obi, which it shows the paucity of the Nigerian political class. If the politics still cycles round elements like Peter Obi, Atiku, Rufai, etc., then we don't have opposition. We don't have a breakthrough, bright idea that gives us an alternative to the status quo, and that is what they are doing. Do. Well, that may well be what I suspect that is not what he meant, because I don't think he has the brain functions to think at the level that I've just expressed. But that is an interpretation of where he's trying to reach, but it's not capacitated to. If elections were to hold today, Tinubu will secure a second term easily. There is practically no opposition in the country. So I wonder if we would describe it in the manner that I've just done. Right. Activist and legal practitioner, Deji Adeyanju, has said that if elections were to hold in Nigeria today, President Tinubu will secure a second term easily. According to him, there is practically no opposition in the country, and this will aid the president in sailing to victory easily. If elections were to hold today, Tinubu will secure a second term easily. There is practically no opposition in the country. There was no resistance to the He's talking about River State. There was no resistance to the River State unconstitutional act. This government can get away with absolutely anything. Everybody waiting for everybody to act. So that's the Jaden. So I'm not quite sure what they'll be acting against. All of the internet, all of the thinking, all the subject matter expert spaces are telling us that both in direction and in policy, they are getting it right. JP Morgan is telling us that, Bismarck Rivani is telling us that, the IMF is telling us that, all the political class globally are telling us that. So, and even now, the Nigerian economy is telling us that. So let's go on to this. This was going to be yesterday's session. It was going to wrap around actually the sacking of Mele Kyari, but then we abandoned yesterday's session, didn't we? So let's just do. Hopefully somebody comes in to discuss this, because I would like to discuss the sacking of Mele Kyari. If anybody wants to discuss that, if it's not discussed today, I'll continue to bring it up until we'll have a conversation around it. The guy has come to his constitutional time for retirement, age for retirement, but that has never affected anything. So it's a politicized retiring. President Tinubu sacks Mele Kyari as NNPC CEO. President Tinubu sacks Mele Kyari as NNPC CEO. Names Bayo Ojulari as replacement. So that will feed again into the Yorubanization. I wonder if El-Rufai is already tweeting about Yorubanization and all that. President Bola Tinubu has announced sweeping changes at the Nigerian National Petroleum Company NNPCL Limited, including the dismissal of Mele Kyari as the Group Chief Executive Officer and the dissolution of its board. This decision, effective April the 2nd, which was yesterday, was it yesterday, the day before now? This decision, effective April the 2nd, 2025, is part of the government strategy to enhance the operational efficiency of the oil giant and restore investor confidence. So this line here is a damning criticism on how Mele Kyari had administered NNPC. So if they have sacked him to enhance operational efficiency and to boost investor confidence, that is to say that he was not doing either. So that is a damning indictment on how Mele Kyari administered the NNPC. A statement signed by the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, confirmed that Tinubu invoked his powers under section 59 sub 2 of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 to carry out the leadership overhaul aimed at making NNPC more commercially viable and efficient. So that is it's a real indictment on how Mele Kyari administered the space. In a move to strengthen the company's leadership, Bayo Ojulari, a seasoned oil and gas professional, has been appointed as the new GCEO of NNPC. He replaces Mele Kyari, whose tenure has been marked with the challenges the country's oil sector continues to face. Additionally, Ahmedu Musa Kida has been appointed as the new non-executive chairman, taking over from Pius Akinyelure. So there's a storyline there. So you can immediately see why that switchover would have taken place. Because, of course, if they are removing Mele Kyari and replacing him with Bayo Ojulari, so they're removing an Aboki to replace him with some Amala Mancha. So they're removing a northerner to replace him with a southerner. If they are doing that, then they cannot continue to have also a Yoruba man as the chairman of the entity as well, because that would be an overkill. It's a bit like they have in political parties, actually. If the candidate is from one part of the country, then the chairman of that party has to be from a different one. So that's what's playing out here. So having them made the decision to replace Mele Kyari with Bayo Ojulari, they necessarily needed to step down Pius Akinyelure as the chairman of NNPC. And Pius Akinyelure, by the way, is an oil and gas man. He was the one that interviewed Tinubu when he was seeking the position as the auditor of Shell Nigeria all those decades back. So a real interlink between the two of them. He replaces Mele Kyari, whose tenure has been marked by the challenges the country's oil sector continues to face. Additionally, Ahmedu Musa Kida has been appointed as the new non-executive chairman, taking over from Pius Akinyelure. Kida has decades of experience in the sector and is expected to provide valuable leadership as NNPC continues its transformation. The president also appointed Adedapo Shegun as the company's new chief financial officer, marking another significant change in the company's leadership structure. As part of the restructuring, they were saying that there were not that many South people in this particular board for the NPC, maybe only one. But people are complaining that how can it be the case that the South then, that is the geese that lays the golden goose, doesn't even have a presence? But then they don't have qualified people in the South because for reasons that they drink too much. I say that in jest, by the way. So yes, it says Kida has decades of experience in the sector and is expected to provide valuable leadership as NNPC continues its transformation. The president also appointed Adedapo Shegun as the company's new chief financial officer, marking another significant change in the company's leadership structure. As part of the restructuring, 6 non-executive directors representing each of Nigeria's geopolitical zones have been appointed to the NNPC board. These directors include Bello Rabiu, Northwest, Yusuf Usman, Northeast, Babs Omo Towa, Babs Omo Towa from North Central. Okay, maybe a Kwara man. North Central. From the South, Austin Avuru, South, David Ige, Southwest, and Henry Obi. That's OBIH, Southeast, completes the regional representation. In addition, the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Finance, Lydia Shehu Jafiya, and Aminu Said Ahmed from Ministry of Petroleum Resources will represent their ministries on the new board. The president outlined a strategic action plan for the new NNPC leadership, which includes a review of the company's operated and joint venture assets to align with value maximization objectives. Tinubu's administration is focusing on significant reforms in the oil sector, aiming to boost domestic refining capacity and ensure energy security for the country. I wonder if this beheading is part to do with the quarrel between Mele Kyari and Dangote. And they still need to get rid of that guy in the downstream sector, the one that told us that Dangote refinery was 60% complete. INEC gives fresh update on petition to recall Natasha from Senate. So I think they stood that, they've rejected, they didn't stand it down, but I think they rejected that petition. That's the latest installment. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, said the petition for the recall of Senator Natasha Akpoti has not met the requirement of Section 69 sub A of the Constitution. Senator Akpoti represents Kogi Central in the 10th National Assembly. INEC made this known in a short statement issued via its X handle on Thursday, April the 3rd, 2025. Tinubu would be a fool if he left Mahmoud Yakubu still in charge to supervise the 2027 elections. After all these power moves against the North, he'd be a fool to do that. The petition for the recall of Senator representing Kogi Central Senatorial District has not met the requirement of Section 69 sub A of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. So it's a detailed statement shortly. Reacting as INEC rejected petition to recall, finally the name Yakubu is not disappointing now. So here are the the usual suspects now. I would close to say the obedience space. Finally, the name Yakubu is not disappointing us. Nigerians need something to believe in right now. INEC must right their wrongs. If Senator Natasha is the first step, it's a good thing. So the only thing is whoever is submitting that petition, all they need to do then is go and correct whatever anomaly is in there and resubmit it. Just like we saw Natasha, when her petition was rejected at the Senate and she went and made adjustments to it, I'd like to see that recall process go through. That woman would never contribute anything meaningful other than just to constitute a nuisance to the Senate. Here is another feedback. It says, there is no way it would meet requirements unless INEC decides to be criminal. Another one, it said, you already knew it was a sham. Now, this is not enough. The world knows that signatures were forged. How does the world know that signatures were forged? That's the thing. What empirical evidence suggests that? Which amounts to identity theft, which is a crime under our laws. You have to hold any individual who represented that recall process responsible, hand them over to the authorities, and let them explain how they gather signatures of unsuspecting citizens just to push a selfish and devilish agenda. It will be an RAPE. So that is the Natasha Akpoti followership glorying in all that. So that's Natasha Akpoti followership glorying in all that. Tribunal gives judgment on a suit seeking APC's Okpebholo's sack as governor. So this is like I said, this is a carryover from the session that was intended to do yesterday. So events have since superseded. Okpebholo continues to be the. I wonder what happened to Olumide Akpata, who told us that he was free. So Okpebholo continues to be the governor of Edo State. Not that there was any chance that that would not continue to be the case. That is essentially Oshiomhole then continues to be the governor of Edo State because it's essentially the Sanwo-Olu of the Sanwo-Olu to Tinubu of Edo State, Okpebholo to Oshiomhole. Tribunal gives judgment on suit seeking APC's Okpebholo sack as governor. The Edo State Governorship Tribunal has affirmed Monday Okpebholo as the duly elected governor of the state in the election held September 2024. Okpebholo is a chieftain of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. I'm not quite sure if it's a chieftain. At about 7 p.m. on Wednesday, April the 3rd, the Pochi-led tribunal affirmed the governor's victory in a unanimous judgment, stressing that the petitioners failed to prove their allegations of overvoting and non-compliance with the electoral laws. The PDP and Ighodalo had sued the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), Governor Okpebholo, and the APC, alleging that the election was marred by irregularities. The tribunal earlier in a separate judgment dismissed the petition filed by the Action Alliance and the Accord Party to challenge Okpebholo's victory. The Independent National Electoral Commission had declared Okpebholo polled 291,000 votes to defeat his closest rival, who scored 247,000 votes. Okpebholo and his running mate Dennis Idahosa. I wondered if Dennis Idahosa is from the famous Idahosa name. Okpebholo and his running mate Dennis Idahosa were sworn in as the governor and deputy, etc., etc. So it's all etc., now. Meanwhile, Okpebholo reached out to the PDP counterpart Ighodalo shortly after the state tribunal affirmed him as the governor of the state, asking that they put their political differences aside. Okpebholo said, "The governor calls upon all citizens including the opposition and the candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Asue Ighodalo, to join hands in the spirit of unity and work together for the progress of Edo State. So there it is. I think if you just forget it, there's no point going to the Supreme Court. I'm not quite sure that they are handing over Edo State to anybody. Reacting to the judgment, Ighodalo, through his lawyers, vowed to challenge it to the Court of Appeal. Yes, of course, he would. This is why the lawyers grow fast. Ighodalo rejected the judgment of the Election Petition Tribunal. The tribunal's decision was met with strong opposition from Ighodalo and his supporters, who described it as a huge travesty of justice. Wike congratulates. Correspondents reported that Yemson Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, congratulated Governor Ighodalo of Edo over his victory at the state's Election Petition Tribunal. Wike expressed confidence in the ability of Ighodalo to deliver on his electioneering promises. So, quite why Wike is inserting himself into, as though he doesn't have enough problems of his own, quite why it's inserting himself into Edo politics, I don't know. So quite why he's inserting himself into Edo politics, I don't know. We go on from that to, yes, we go on from that to this. So this is the headline piece. We are putting together new 2025 budget for Rivers. So this is the administrator of that. This shocked me actually, because this shocked me because it's not within his powers. It shouldn't be within his power to create any budget for Edo State, for Rivers State. It shouldn't be within his powers. All it's there to do is to hold status quo until the governor comes back. So if he creates a new budget for Rivers State, if and when Fubara comes back, then which budget is Fubara going to be operating? So this one maybe that step too far. We are putting together new budget for Rivers. This is Ibok Ibas, the Tinubu's Man Friday in Edo State. I keep saying Edo State, I beg your pardon, River State. The administrator of River State, Vice Admiral, not Admiral, the administrator of River State, Vice Admiral Ibok Ibas, retired on Thursday, said that an appropriation bill for 2025 is being articulated to provide for critical development concerns in healthcare delivery, education, agriculture, and infrastructure. So if he puts together this budget, who is going to implement it? So is it good? Are they superimposing a budget on I think that has no, that's too far, you know. That is too far. For all of the good that was done in River State, this may well be a step too far. Ibas also said that the anticipated budget will cater for creating more employment opportunities for Rivers people. And by the way, this guy right here, this Ibok, what's his name again? This Ibok Ibas is not from River State, by the way. It's from Akwa Ibom. So it's a total foreigner in that space, and it's creating a budget for them. So that should not be allowed. It's almost as though he's ambitioning towards that seat for the long term. The administrator of River State, Vice Admiral Ibok Ibas, retired on Thursday, said that an appropriation bill for 2025 is being articulated to provide for critical development concerns in healthcare delivery, education, agriculture, and infrastructure. Ibas also said that the anticipated budget will cater for creating more employment opportunities for Rivers people and advance delivery of technology in critical facets of public life. The administrator gave the hint when he hosted the delegation of Rivers Caucus at the National Assembly, led by Senator Barinada Piggy, representing Rivers Southeast District at Government House in Port Harcourt. Those on the delegation include Senator XYZ, Senator ABC, and all whatnot in between. The administrator said he has been resolute since assumption of office to restore law and order, and with the support from the security agencies, an environment has been created where Rivers residents feel valued and safer. Ibas stated that the commitment is to make Rivers a model of peace in the Committee of States with a stable economy and citizens courageous to pursue their livelihood without fear of molestation. In addition to our peace-building efforts, we are also focused on the economic stability and development of Rivers State. Since the Supreme Court verdict on the state budget, we have acted swiftly. Since the Supreme Court verdict on the state's budget, we have acted swiftly and decided to put together a new budget that reflects our commitment to healthcare, education, social services, and continued infrastructural development. This is unbelievable, actually. This guy, I think he has about 5 months left, doesn't he? So what happens in 5 months' time when Fubara'S returns? Is he now going to jettison that budget and then take another appropriation bill to the assembly and then the cycle again? It's unbelievable. We have worked diligently to ensure that the process is transparent, inclusive, and most importantly, expedited. So they're rushing it through. Our goal is to ensure that we do not lose any more time in making the necessary investments that will improve the lives of the citizens. The budget, which is being finalized, focuses on creating job opportunities and investing in key sectors such as agriculture, infrastructure, and technology. We understand the urgency of this initiative, and we are committed to ensuring that they are implemented without delay. The administrator noted that to get the task done, the support of the legislators will be required as key representatives of Rivers in the National Assembly. It sued for their assistance in securing the necessary resources and legislative backing that will bring the initiative of this administration to fruition. It's unbelievable, actually, what I'm seeing. This is not right. It's not even that it cannot be right. This is not right. It is not within his purview to be creating a budget. I think somebody should challenge this and law, where's Wala where you need him. Your partnership is critical to the success. Your partnership is critical to success in ensuring that Rivers State remains on the path of progress and enduring peace for the future generations. Ibas said, he's even planning for the future generations in just 6 months. He explained that in the face of the challenges that beset Rivers, which led to the state of emergency declared by President Bola Tinubu, dialogue, community engagement, and reconciliation were deployed to build trust amongst the citizenry. He noted that the people of Rivers State have shown incredible resilience. So I think we can leave that there. So what he's doing essentially is that he's creating a budget. I'm not quite sure who carries out that budget once it is in 6 months. But there it is right there. So there it is right there. On from that to this. Before I read you this, I came across this little clip that this American blonde woman, which she put out on social media towards the obedience space. So this American blonde, in conversation with the obedience, she put out the. Let me play it to you actually, because I was quite struck that she was paying that much attention to Nigerian politics. So this is what some American blonde woman has to say about the obedience space. So let me see. I think I have it actually. I'm just using this to pause to have a drink of water. So listen to what this American woman has to say about your friendly neighborhood obedience.
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight. This was methodical, and here's how it works. Step 1, rebrand ignorance as common sense. If a fact makes them uncomfortable, it's fake news. If history proves them wrong, it never happened. If a scientist explains something, he's part of the agenda. Step 2, attack expertise. Doctors must be lying for profit. Professors indoctrinating your kids. Journalists, secret agents of the deep state. Step 3, replace knowledge with loyalty. You don't need evidence, just the right echo chamber. You don't need research, just rage. And that's how we got here, where banning books is called freedom, where asking questions gets you labeled, where learning makes you the enemy. Because controlling what people think wasn't enough. They had to destroy how we think.
There it is right there. And that is the dictionary definition of an obedience. I will soon present sexual assault evidence against Akpabio. So hurry up and do it, because you're holding the center stage for far too long now. Senator Natasha Akpoti of Kogi Central Senatorial District says she will soon present evidence of sexual harassment against Senate President Godswill Akpabio. At the time and at the right space, I will present the evidence I have, the female lawmaker said on Channels Television's Politics Today. She also said that though belated, the decision of the electoral umpire INEC to reject a petition for her recall was in the right direction. I am a lawyer, I am a senator, and I understand how Nigeria works. For me, the most important thing is this recall process has been stalled. It hasn't been, well, it's been stalled actually. It's not been through, it's been sent back. That's the best way to describe it. I give kudos and credit to INEC, even though I believe they should have thrown it away from the get-go, she said. This woman, if you know, you know. If you don't know, forget about it. Pardon me, and nobody else and all that. The People's Democratic Party chieftain argued that most of the addresses provided in the petition for her recall were false because most houses in her district were not labeled. Even though INEC did count 208,000 signatures, even though INEC did count 208,000 signatures, I bet you if they had gone into the verification stage, they would have struggled to even have 500 people come out to attest to signing that, as she added. On Monday, March the 24th, 2025, Charity Omole, one of the aides of Kogi State Governor Usman Ododo, led some constituents from Kogi Central to submit a petition to INEC for the recall of Akpoti. In a much-awaited statement on Thursday, INEC said the petition for the recall of the lawmaker did not meet the requirements of Section 69 sub A of the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria amended. Therefore, no further action shall be taken on the record of the senator, INEC declared. The female federal lawmaker was involved in a seat arrangement dispute with the. This is a this is a mispresentation of what actually transpired. She wasn't involved in a sitting arrangement dispute with the Senate president, because it wasn't the Senate president that researched her. It's the administrators of the Senate that researched her. So that would be whoever it is. Are they calling them sergeant? The Senate clerk. That would be the office that researched her. So not Akpabio. I think, or I hope, Akpabio has more important things to bother his thoughts with than where whoever says. The female federal lawmaker was involved in a seat arrangement dispute with the Senate President Gospel Akpabio. The lawmaker had accused Akpabio of sexual harassment and abuse of office. The Senate subsequently suspended her for 6 months for misconduct. So there it is right there. I am desperate to move away from this Akpoti storyline, but she just refuses to leave the center stage. She lost the limelight so much, as we already gathered from them telling her. She said, "Oh, the reason why she was refusing to move is that the cameras will not pick her up." Can you imagine that? Of all of the things that she's meant to be doing there, is to look pretty for the cameras. That's her main concern. Drama as Shehu Sani gets appointment, rejects it, gives reason. So I think Shehu Sani actually crossed over to the APC about a week or two ago, didn't he? Oh, all right. So where are we? Former Kaduna Central Senator Shehu Sani has rejected the appointment to be a judge. Oh, right. Okay. I see where this is now. It's nothing to do with government. Like I said, I only ever read the headlines. I don't read the body of the story until I present it, so I can react to it organically. But this is nothing to do with politics. Former Kaduna Central Senator Shehu Sani has rejected the appointment to be a judge at the Miss World Nigeria Beauty Pageant. The founder of Silverbird Group, Ben Murray Bruce, had earlier offered Senator Sani the appointment. So I think that goes against the Islam something, doesn't it? Writing via his X handle at Ben Murray Bruce, the former Bayelsa East Senator said, "A hearty congratulations to my good friend Shehu Sani on his appointment as a judge for the Miss World Nigeria Beauty Pageant, taking place on April the 4th. That will be today, wouldn't it? Taking place on April the 4th, 2025 at the Federal Palace Hotel." So that will be in Lagos. I don't think they'll allow that in Abuja. Abuja being an Islamic ground. Kindly ensure you arrive on time at 6 p.m. sharp and come dressed in your finest attire. So there it is. I wonder if this is a skit. Reacting to Bruce's offer, Shehu Sani said he appreciated the offer but would not be available on Friday, April the 4th to attend the event in Lagos. In Lagos, he wrote on X, "How distinguished, you should have sent me a formal letter with full benefits attached to it after I have passed the judgment." I wonder what the full benefits are. Send the model send the contestant from Akwa Ibom to my hotel room. That would be the benefit, wouldn't it? That beauty pageant actually. Once upon a time, it just used to be a meat market for Nigerian big men. I wonder if it still is. But our Sonny's response, "How about distinguished? You should have sent me a formal letter with full benefits attached to it after I have passed the judgment. I appreciate the honor from a good friend. Unfortunately, I'll be unavailable on that day. I wish you a successful outing. So there it is. It says, Nigerians react as Sani rejects appointment. This is the level we have got into in Nigeria, when people think the best way to inform others about their appointment is first through social media. So that struck me as well. Such an insult, and kudos to the man for rejecting the insult. Meanwhile, what is the criteria that qualifies him to be a judge in selecting contestants in a beauty pageant? Everyone wants to connect and associate with any perceived moving train. Indeed, common sense is actually not common. So there's that. This is an insult to him and his culture and his religion, to crown him as a judge for an indecent act. Though I am not surprised, because he always behaves like a homeboy rather than a right honorable gentleman of northern extraction. Another one, but Akpabio, your very good friend, has more flair for women. At least at his age, we know him to be a man that cannot control his, I won't say the word very well. He's always on heat. He will make a very good judge. Can you imagine Akpabio being a judge in a beauty pageant? I think that's just a little bit of titillation, isn't it? A little bit of light-hearted whatnot. So let's go on from that to the next. All right. I think we may well have already seen this. INEC. This is Natasha. INEC should have thrown out the recall petition long ago. So she will feast on that to stay in the headlines for another couple of days. This is just she's the glory hound. Is that what they used to call them? A glory hound, not as opposed to a glory. Let me not say that. Amotekun Corps arrest 28 suspects for kidnapping 70 foreigners in Ondo. So, foreigners, I'm only bringing you this because the foreigners will surprise you. So I'll just give you about 3 paragraphs. Operatives of the Amotekun State Security Network Agency, Amotekun Corps, have arrested 28 suspects for allegedly kidnapping over 70 Ghanaian nationals in the state. The victims were lured to Oda Road, Akure, a South local government area, under the false pretense of securing travel opportunities to Australia. The syndicate was exposed after one of the victims managed to escape and alert the authorities. Acting on this tip-off, Amotekun operatives raided the hideout, rescuing the victims and arresting the suspects. Parading the suspects at Amotekun Corps headquarters, Aladwaka Akure, the commander of the Corps, Adetunji Adeleye, detailed how the criminals deceived their victims. We have Ghanaian nationals who were invited to Akure under fraudulent pretenses. What are Ghanaians doing as far deep into the interiors of Nigeria as Ondo State? You know, when you hear Ghanaians, you don't expect them to be beyond the parameters of the borders of Lagos. What are they doing that deep into our country? We have Ghanaian nationals who were invited to Akure under fraudulent pretenses. Upon arrival, they were extorted, some paying between $1,500 to $2,000, only to be kidnapped and held in Oda or Oda. Adeleye further revealed that the syndicate forced the victims to lure more recruits before allowing them to go free. The victims were told that they had to bring in more people before they were released. Fortunately, through our intelligence efforts, we were able to intercept and rescue. I thought they said one escaped and raised an alarm. One of the victims, Jeremiah Omar, recounted his terrifying ordeal. A friend convinced me that this was a real opportunity to travel abroad, but after they took my money, they locked me up and told me I had to bring another person before I was released. One night, When everyone was asleep, I managed to jump over the wall and escape. Amor expressed gratitude to the Amotekun Corps, stating that without their intervention, the victims might have never been freed. The 28 suspects are currently, they didn't tell us the nationality. You know, I actually thought the nationality was Ghanaian. That's why I brought it. So this is not the last readout. Senate to consider tax reform bills after resumption. So a lot of people in anticipation of what happens with that bill. Okoyemi Bamidele, the Senate leader, has disclosed that the Senate is looking into all issues of public concerns related to the Tax Reform Bill 2024, assuring Nigerians that the upper chambers will consider the bills immediately after Eid and Easter holidays. Bamidele, representing Ekiti Central, has equally revealed that the review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended is still on course, saying the process will lead to a more efficient and responsive governance system when concluded. Speaking in Ado Ekiti during an empowerment program, Bamidele reaffirmed the Senate's commitment to address public concerns on the bill. He described them as game changers that will transform Nigeria's fiscal environment by eliminating tax burdens for lower income earners and exempting small businesses from taxation. The House of Representatives has successfully passed. So this is not the final stage. So a lot of people asking, I think it was World Peace, the last person to ask about how that bill was progressing. It's gone through the House of Reps. It's now at the Senate. Decisions to be made imminently. The House of Representatives has successfully passed the tax reform bill. When we resume plenary, the Senate will resolve all areas of concern and pass the bill purely in the national interest. Bamidele also highlighted ongoing efforts to amend the 1999 Constitution to create a more efficient and responsive governance system and boost foreign direct investment. He noted that the Senate had passed critical legislations, include so there it is. So the final stage. So after this now, after they've done whatever it is they're intending to do to it, passed on to Tinubu, and of course he will sign it at rapid speed. So there's that. So that's the readout. Let me send the link. If you want the conversation, you have to hop on. That's what I always say that. Yes, let me send the link. If anybody wants the conversation, hop on. If you don't want the conversation, then well, you know, what can I do? So that is the link in the comment section. Let me play you the clips that I have, and then we'll see what happens next. We kick it off with where do we want to kick it off? All right, let's kick it off from Edo State still, the Uromi controversy. And here is the Hausa community of that space claiming their rights to reply. So let's kick it off with this.
People and Hausa people, and most of them, we don't have any issue of kidnapping for this our market.
Last 3 weeks here, my uncle was kidnapped. My in-law was kidnapped. What I found out was that people who did it and kidnapped it, they are Ishan. They were not an Hausa people. They collected 15 million naira ransom. Just a few days ago, some people came from Benin and come to Uromi and come and destroy a house in Uromi. That house did not belong to Fulani. That house did not belong to Hausa. That house did not belong to any member of us in Hausa market here. It was in New Bierumu. They went to Apama's house. Felix Apama, popularly known, his house was destroyed by the government. At least people who knows him, he works with Isha people who are also doing this one. They were the one blocking Igwebe Road. They block Igwebe Road, catch women, and put women into bush. Some of these people who are pretending that this Hausa, let me give you the clear story of it. They are the one that will wear Hausa clothes to make people believe that it's Hausa. They will go and wear this babariga and put this big cap just to hide their identity. Me, I'm a bona fide citizen of Edo State. I'm from Irua, based in Urumi here. The little I know that I've been here for 20 years now, that I have found out. My uncle, my in-laws has been kidnapped, ransoms was paid. The people who were behind it are pure Ishan people. They are the ones doing it. Let us call a spade a spade. Let's stop hiding under the sheep of Hausa. If Hausa man mistakenly kidnap, he will ask for 500, 1 million. If these people that are doing it, that are Ishan, our brothers here, if they kidnap, they will be asking for 50 million, 20 million, 30 million. So we know those are not the errand where you come and suspect somebody. Once you catch somebody who is kidnapping, Asa or anybody, speak.
You know the part that I love best about that? If a Hausa man mistakenly kidnapped, he will ask for 500,000. Imagine that. A mistaken kidnapper, a gunless kidnapper. So there it is right there. Let's go on to this one. I think this one now, this is a views from the north that are fed up with the clamor for ethnic nationalities within Nigeria, and they're saying if they want it, let them have it.
There has been this call for restructuring. But for the north now, if I were to speak for the north, I would not speak for restructuring. I would think of giving people what they want. Yoruba nation want Oduduwa Republic. In the name of God, give them Oduduwa Republic. This is 21st century. We have a right to choice. Biafra want Biafra. Give them Biafra. Give every other nationality what they need. Because as far as I know, the relationship is sound. There is geometrical increase in suspicion across all expressions. The trust is not there. Suspicion is not there. And people who want to develop at their own speed. If you want to go at the speed of rocket, please, you should be allowed to go at the speed of rocket. If you want to go at the speed of snail, go at the speed of the snail at your own peril, at the consequences coming to you. But for now, if anybody is thinking that physical federalism is the solution to Nigeria, he is not even understanding the geography, not understanding the history, not understanding the mathematics, not even aware of geometry and the geometrical implication of what they are asking about physical federalism. What we should have is, we should have sub-nations among Nigeria. Let every tribe, let every region get what it wants. Short of this, our children, our grandchildren will abuse us because we are going to leave behind for them a cancerous, that will defy every chemotherapy.
So there it is right there, a cancer that will defy every treatment of chemotherapy. That's what he said. I think it's speaking to this space.
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight. This was methodical, and here's how it works. Step 1, rebrand ignorance as common sense. If a fact makes them uncomfortable, it's fake news. If history proves them wrong, it never happened. If a scientist explains something, he's part of the agenda. Step 2, attack expertise. Doctors must be lying for profit. Professors indoctrinating your kids. Journalists, secret agents of the deep state. Step 3, replace knowledge with loyalty. You don't need evidence, just the right echo chamber. You don't need research, just rage. And that's how we got here, where banning books is called freedom, where asking questions gets you labeled, where learning makes you the enemy. Because controlling what people think wasn't enough. They had to destroy how we think.
So there it is right there, the dictionary definition of an obedient. You don't need research, just to rage. I couldn't have put it better myself. Going back to the Hausa space, there's an uncoupling of this merging together of that space where we just put them under one umbrella, and they're starting to show resistance to that narrative. Watch this.
See, what a lot of Nigerians don't know is Hausa and Fulani are two completely different people. We have different we're not the same. Even genetically, Hausas are more closer related to Ibos than they are to Fulani. Fulani is literally like Hausa and Fulani, we need to have a public divorce, because you see the shit that's going on. Fulani's, every problem that everyone has in northern Nigeria with the north, it's with Fulani. But there is a small group who infiltrated the Hausas. I am Hausa, he's Fulani. We are complete. We don't speak the same language. We the only thing we have in common is Islam. These people originally, Fulanis originally, Nigerian Fulanis originally, you look at them, they're not even from Nigeria, right? Okay, let's give it, they've come to Nigeria, they're now Nigerian, fuck it. They live in the north, fuck it. We're not the same people. Hausa Fulani is the same thing as saying Ibo Ibibio or Yoruba Irobo. We are literally not the same. And Hausas, unless we come out and start disowning these people, everyone in Nigeria is going to hate us. Because anyone that's watching, do you know what's going on? So, Fulani herdsmen, they're a group of people in Nigeria. His people, Fulanis, they're herdsmen. They're lawless in Nigeria. They have guns. They're the only people in Nigeria who are allowed to carry guns. They have guns. They walk around all of Nigeria. They'll go to anywhere. They'll go into anyone's farm and they'll let loose their sheep on their cows on the farms, right? If the owners of the farm try to fight back, and the government does nothing, because the Fulanis are a very powerful, tiny minority in Nigeria. But they hide under now, I'm Hausa, we're a majority in Nigeria. The Fulanis now see themselves as, they hide as a subgroup under Hausas. So they now use they fooled Hausas into thinking that we are not one. This dude, you need to stop this fucking shit you're doing. This is bullshit. We are collateral damage. Hausas are just there needs to be publicly, Hausas need to start coming out publicly and disowning Fulanis. We have nothing to do with these people. This is outrageous. We have lived in peace with every tribe in Nigeria for as long as that land has existed. The moment the Fulanis came in, every issue everyone has in Nigeria is with Fulani. But Hausas, for some reason, we keep going down as collateral damage just because we are attached to these people. This is outrageous, man. This is fucking insane. Like, his argument now is saying that, like, the Fulanis, right? Right now in Nigeria, they went to a state, a group of them, and they've killed almost 20 people on a farm because the people fought back. They did not want their crops eaten. That's a problem in Nigeria right now. This man's argument is, okay, so my people came into your town and killed your people, but what reputation do your people have globally? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What the fuck does that have to do with anyone knows this? Yeah, these are the type of people we need to be beaten in. You know, I take that back. I take that back. We don't need to be beating people like this, but the idea has been planted.
So that's a load that the Hausa people have to carry all by themselves. So if they want to uncouple themselves from the Fulanis and isolate them and flush them out, then I would suggest and recommend that they do that speedily. Because the lexicon, Hausa Fulani, they've let it rest and vet within the Nigerian space for that long, and they benefited from it although the Fulanis overlord them also. I'm not quite sure why they've not been able to resist these people. Every royal house in the north, the north of Nigeria is a Hausa land. The Fulanis are not indigenous to Nigeria. They come from a place called Fubara'S, which is I can't quite recall the country there, but they are not Nigerians. The Fulanis historically, ancestrally. So they invade into the Hausa space, they overwhelm them, even though the Hausas have greater numbers, and then they've been overloading them since for centuries. Sokoto is Hausa land, but the Sultan is a Fulani man. Kano is Hausa land, but the Emir is a Fulani man, and all the way through. I think the only space that have been able to show resistance has been the Bornus, which is still being held onto by the Kanuris. But I think this guy is rating off the back of what happened in Uromi. But if you want to uncouple yourself from those people, I would recommend that you do, and you do that speedily so that we can all isolate them in their little clusters, and then we can just invite them then to toe the line or get out of the country. So So that's the Hausas then, the baby steps into uncoupling themselves from the Fulanis. The next clip.
My prayer for the state is that we have continuity. For those of us who've lived in Lagos, we've seen how just having one governor after the other build on what the predecessor did. Anyone who knows Lagos 20 years ago knows that has changed in every single respect. It's not just the roads, it's not just the unicorns, even the color of the water in the marina. I mean, really, for those of us who lived in Lagos, it was black. Over years of cleaning it up, it's now actually looking blue. So we do hope, and we have Senator Obasani here, and we hope and pray that you have victory in the elections, and we hope and pray that you continue to.
So that it is right there. That was pre the elections. You know what these people, what the right really try to tag as godfatherism is what Lamido Sanusi has eloquently explained as continuity. So continuity allows you then to follow through plans of succession to its fruition. We saw all these rail services, all these intra-city rail services that we're seeing in Lagos State now. It did not just came overnight. All these ideas were birthed under the Tinubu administration when the plans for all of these things were instituted and the groundbreaking done. Fashola came progressive to a certain degree, Ambode came progressive to a certain degree, Sanwo-Olu came and completed it. I contrast that with any other state in Nigeria. So Mr. A will come from A party, Mr. B will come from Z party. And then Mr. B will abandon everything that Mr. A tried to do. And then Mr. E will come from another party, abandon. So it's a narrative of abandoned projects for lack of continuity. And no real planning to any structure or anything. The only person now doing some sort of structure now that hopefully, I hope he has a succession plan is Soludo. If Soludo is able to complete his 8 years, and then he can institute a succession plan in Anambra State, then we might well see another Lagos emerging in the eastern quarters. But if they continue all this skittishness that they do, the storyline will remain the same. So there it is right there, eloquently put by Lamido Sanusi. One more clip, and then we'll see if anybody turns up for a conversation.
I must say that there is a huge misinformation on Nigerian media about the situation of the country. But let me tell you something. I understand the economy is not good. But could it get worse? Yes. The economy as it is, if the economy as the present administration found it, if here drastic decision was not being made, things could actually get worse. The future of the coming generation is not certain if the country continues the way it is. And I'm not going to come here and say that this administration has not its lapses. No, I won't say that, though with many other administration. But what is important, we should try to understand how economy is preserved, how people deal with stuff that has to do with the economy, especially in the world of capitalism that we live in. Now, Nigeria had borrowed a lot of money. I want to try to explain this in a layman's term. Nigeria has borrowed a lot of money over the years. And if care is not taken, Nigeria does not have reserve to cover its debts, to settle its debts. The debt keeps piling up and piling up. And then came a government that says, okay, instead of us to be borrowing money from the likes of the World Bank, the IMF and stuff, why don't we try to sit down and look within ourselves? What are the things that we need to let go? It might be hard, but then these are the decisions that we need to make. I want to bring us back to a video that a politician made in the 90s or in the 80s. It was an old video that went viral that says that there was some certain organization that told them to devalue the currency. Nigerian currency was massively devalued in the 90s, which was as a result affected the Nigerian economy. So the subsequent leaders of the country needed to start subsidizing stuff like the exchange rate, which is the dollar,
which is a main currency for transaction in Africa. So the administration subsequently, after the 90s, started subsidizing the US dollars, as it is a major currency that we use in Africa to make transaction. We do not have a currency that we use in Africa. Now, as time is going, inflation is getting higher and higher. This money that they are using to subsidize the currency that we use to trade in Africa keeps increasing, right, by the day. And it has come to a point whereby if we keep subsidizing, if the government keeps subsidizing this money, there might come a time when some certain people will come to your home and tell you that, you know what, we own this land now, and whatever you're doing, you have to pay tax to us because your government has owed us a lot of money. We don't want it to get to that stage. Because when it gets to that stage, let's think about it. The coming generation will curse this present generation. That why couldn't you endure to sort this economic mess? So let's not come to social media. I understand that there are some things that the government needs to put in place. As example, food banks for people who can't afford to eat 3 square meal. What are the Nigerian elite doing? I dare the Nigerian elite to come out and create food banks in their state, even if it's just for 1 month. At least 2 square meal a day, people that are hungry should come and be taking it. And the government also needs to look into this. The state governors need to look into creating food banks for people who are hungry. This is a sad reality. This is not someone coming out to make a mockery of people's situation. The situation is hard, yes, and I understand that. But we need to face the reality. If Naira keeps, getting subsidized, the future of Nigeria is uncertain. We all look at Japan today. Go and read the history of Japan. Look at the struggle Japan faced after the World War II. They had to start from the beginning. Nothing goes in, nothing comes out. That was the policy that the then Japan Prime Minister put in place for the country. And now look at how Japan is at least one of the top world developed countries when it comes to technology and innovation. Let's look at things on a more futuristic level. The only thing I feel we should do is to demand accountability and transparency of governance. There is no place that is heaven on this earth. There is no place. Just because other people do not make or open mockery of their economy does not mean they are not facing it. Let's be realistic with ourselves. And now this is the original rate that the currency is meant to be. At a point in time, petrol was 1,190, and now it's coming to 800 and something. Let's be realistic. Now this is the normal amount that everybody needs to be paying for petroleum. And when the market is competitive, we complained about monopolization of Nigerian markets. And now this government is doing something that, okay, let there be competition with the Nigerian government and the private industry when it comes to refining of petroleum. And now we've been seeing there is a competition going on. And other investors would also be interested in investing in this business. And guess what? We're hoping that things get back to normal. The economy becomes as real as it gets. It's not a superficial economy, an economy built on artificial things. Now we're seeing what the real economy is. Please, let's try to get informed about the economy. Someone with an accent coming up to talk about the economy doesn't mean that they know what they're saying. Do your research, do your findings. And we should also be able to tell the state governors, you know what are the incentives that you people are putting in place for people that do not have food, and also for health care. It is important. These two things, food security and health care, is one of the most important things that state governors need to put in place. Please, do not be misinformed. Now there is something that is going on as if people want to start protesting. Know what you're fighting for. Sit back and calculate. Sit back and read and research what they say we should talk about. Is it just the things that we need to talk about, or is this politically driven?
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Even at that rudimentary level, and that is really somewhat of a rudimentary understanding of a more nuanced and a more complex subject matter situation. But even at that rudimentary level, a greater understanding, if you listen to what that girl said, vis-a-vis Peter Obi's appearance on a Rice TV 2 weeks ago, it's light and day, isn't it? It makes sense. Infinitely, I vote for that girl, even though she has a base pedestrianized understanding of these things. So, and there are two things that struck me actually, but the thing that struck me the most, and you keep telling us the youths, but I've not yet come across a youth that has a functioning brain and is not subsumed by ethnic jingoism that buys into Peter Obi's narratives. The youths are not just the young people of the Southeast. the youths are the embodiment of the vast terrain that is Nigeria. So that is the voice of the Nigerian youth there, telling our government that we're with you, but we want you to do better. So because she understands what's going on, as would any functioning brain understand what is going on. So it's not about just going around. The screaming and shouting, it can only go so far, and it has plateaued. But they don't get it yet that the screaming and shouting has plateaued. But what does a very dark man say? You are going to learn, and you will learn the hard way. You are going to learn, and you are going to learn the hard way. And next, the Kegats.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikoko Nire, which my death have nothing to do with daughter. Joining us, Baba, always a delight when Baba is here, and of equal delight, the star. So there it is. That's the assemble so far. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. Let's kick it off, start it off with you, Baba, if you're ready to go. I'm only really starting it off with you, Baba, because I'm especially keen to hear your take on military being stepped down for a Yoruba man. Let me put it that way. Baba, are you there?
Hello, woman. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
Yeah, great. I salute you, co-panelists, and the commentariats. I salute you too. You're doing a great job there. And esteemed viewers, how are you doing today? Welcome to the one-man platform, which you do enjoy every day, except for the eavesdroppers. But have you take the like button, which is essentially what you should do as soon as you come on, and don't forget to subscribe and share it while at it. Enjoy. Yes, I was going first to River State, but let's take the Mele Kyari one. I think the president has this burden, since we do spread appointment statewide on state basis, and the Southwest, unfortunately, has more spread than any other ethnic nationality in the country, because by extension, Kwara is Yoruba state, also part of Kogi, whereas Kogi and Kwara are zoned they are in the North Central zone. They are not even part of the Southwestern zone. So typically, when they are choosing somebody from North Central, particularly when it comes from Kwara and Kogi, by adventure, it will be naturally a Yoruba named person. Because Ojulari is from North Central, it's not from Southwest. If we are to be politically correct, it's North Central. Ojulari is North Central, it's not Southwest. So it may be Yoruba, but that is a different argument entirely. So the Southwesterners and the president, we have this burden to now say the government is Yorubanized. Because if we have
do you think Tinubu is being clever with that move? Because if I'm not mistaken, the chief of army staff is also from Kwara, but it's a Yoruba man.
Well, that's what's also I call the burden of governance, or the burden of geopolitical zoning of where we have situated our democracy. It's very unfortunate. Southwest already has their own 6 states. So if you have to calculate, maybe you now pick Kwara, you pick part of Kogi. So technically, we are talking about 7.5 states. So it's a burden the president have to carry until his term expires. There is nothing we can do about that. But I'm so happy. But I don't know why everybody is using the word sack for Mele Kyari. Mele Kyari, to me, administratively was not sacked. The service says after 60 years you have to retire. Mele Kyari has been at NNPC for about 30 years or so, and he has come to the age of 60, so he has to retire. If not like the IGP's tenure, the president can extend his services or employment contract. He didn't do so. He chose the option and eased him out because he has passed, he's 60 now plus. He has passed the age of retirement. So he was pushed out. And like you pointed out correctly, if he's going to bring in somebody from Kwara Zone bearing a Yoruba name from North Central, then Shifakin Yulure has to be sacrificed. So he was not sacked to as head of the board. He was just sacrificed because you can have somebody of a Yoruba stock and then have as the group managing director and also the chairman of the board of Yoruba stock also. The optics will not be very good in the eyes of the vuvuzelas. You understand? So they just have to be eased up. And the board, of course, have been reconvened, and Kida is now the executive chairman. So he's from the north, I think from northeast. Kida is from northeast. But what the president is trying to do, I'm seeing it, except
what about
the cynic.
What about the wordings, Baba? The wordings is worded in the direction of sacking. I'm just looking for the words now. They said it was the changes was to, it says a statement signed by the special advisor to the president, Bayo Ononuga, confirmed that Tinubu invoked his powers to carry out the leadership overhaul aimed at making NNPC more commercially viable and efficient. So that's a
leadership overhaul. How do you interpret that? To me, that's not sack. It's overhauling, and he hinges a directive by the fact that Mele Kyari is due for retirement from the service. So that's essentially it. But the other press will carry it and say they interpreted as how they've been sacked. I mean, since Mele Kyari hits 60 years, he himself, he's been expecting it. We talked about it sometime that he's on his way out. So, but when it happened, we now related it to being sacked. That is not correct, actually. But what the president actually is trying to do is is now bringing in outsider for the first time since 1977, when we had Chief Festus Marinho, a Lagosian, as the first managing director of NNPC. Till date of never, everybody has been from inside the NNPC and NNPCL. You understand, everybody has grown through the ranks to become the group managing director, all of them. So for the first time, outsiders have been brought in. And this Kida Ujulari already, I mean, they run their own outfits. And they are just not oil men. They are engineers. They are field men. Ujulari coming from Shell, and then Kida coming from Total, which was formerly owned as they went into merger and acquisition with Elf Aquitaine in the last century, I think in the 90s. So they came under their French outfit. So these are capable men, well tested. They know their onions, just like all the other group managing directors that have been there, because I mean, the Nigerian oil men are the best, one of the best in the world. You will be surprised. The new fields in the Caribbean today, I bet my bottom dollar, when you go there now, preponderance of the oil engineers there will be Nigerians. We were in Angola, we were in Ghana, we were in Cote d'Ivoire, all oil fields in Africa and beyond. Nigerian engineers were well trained. I'm very proud of Nigerian oil engineers. We are well known in the world, just like we are known in the field of medicines. So what the president is trying to do, because NNPC will be floated in the Nigerian bourse this year. NNPC is going public, so save your money. NNPC is going public. And when you bring people with this kind of pedigree into governance of NNPC, you can expect something robust, because this country is blessed. Even though people are talking about fossil fuel being eased out, fossil fuel will still be here in another 50 years, no doubt about that. We are discovering new fields, not just heavy crude. We're discovering medium sweet crude. We have the bonga fields are just opening. What's that field? The Obodo. Obodo is a new one that is just coming up in the brass Nembe axis, and a lot of stuff like that. So we don't need people like Mele Kyari, who can tweak with the system and being part of it. We remember the clerk he worked with 20 years ago when he was coming up. No, we just need a new outfit entirely, new people, new hands to bring their outsiders' eyes into the internal affairs of the NNPC. I mean, model the pond up, whatever remains of it, let's rise up, because this Mele Kyari last day, no, he did some good things. Mele Kyari did some good things. For the first time, I mean, we had annual audit reports of NNPCL. We never had one for decades. And for the first time, whether for real or just posturing, we had profit. We had profit declared. So he did something. At least those are templates that the outsiders now that are coming in will follow through and be guided by those things, actually. Because we had problems, because that is the lifeblood of Nigeria's economy. Until tomorrow. So we need is the fastest money we can have, and based on that, because the economy is now growing, it's now breathing easy a little bit. I mean, we just declared net forex reserve of 23 billion. And it's not gross, because people mistake it for just when they say forex reserve. There is net forex reserve, there is gross forex reserve. This is net. And we should remember, just less than 2 years ago, we have just under 4 billion that is not encumbered. under 4 billion. So this government have eased off a lot of these unencumbered these things, and today we are having net of 23 billion. That should be commended. You understand? Wait, see, you will have your time. You will have your time. I speak on facts. It is because of you that Uibu woman is talking about what are the terms he's used. I think I'll cram it even. I will cram it. If you listen to that Uibu woman, you know who the people he's talking to. So these are facts. Facts. Nobody can toy with.
Because he said 25 billion or whatever was
23 billion. The forex, even the IMF acknowledged it. World Bank talked about it, and even JP Morgan
come on.
was enthused about it. I mean, these are international financial bodies.
We've had this people
everybody
say
respects
before. I mean, hold on, sir. What's his name? The CBN governor, a few days ago, was talking about a certain $20-something billion from international remittances. So I don't know where you're getting this one from.
It's remittance is different from
by Nigerians in diaspora, and as this money comes into the system, it's being mopped up.
What are you talking? We're talking about foreign reserves.
Mama is talking about foreign reserves.
So
and you are talking about inward flows, which is the diaspora remittances.
I don't understand. That's
what we all understand the distinction now, including you.
No, there's no distinction there, because what this guy said a few days ago was international remittances. That's what I saw in the dailies.
Yeah, no, that's a different subject.
There are two different things now. National mind. There are two different things.
They are not desperate to run things down. Okay.
Yeah. Rational mind.
You are so desperate to run things down. You are abdicating logic.
No, don't do this, woman. Don't do this. I'm giving you facts that is out there in the dailies.
No, it's a difference. No, nobody is disputing that now. But what Baba is talking about is foreign reserves, and you are talking about currency inflow from
diaspora remittances, inward flow.
Why is the figure almost the same? 23 billion. And you're talking about that setting to 23 billion. So that's what I'm saying.
Our inflow, listen now,
okay,
our inflows for many years has always been between 20 and 23 billion, steadily. Highest in Africa. Any other nearest African country is just maybe even 13, 14 billion. So that has been a steady growth, something, whether good time, bad time, the people, diasporan has always serviced that area. And I even think it's much more, because what they quote is from formal sources. There are the irregular sources that you take this envelope, when you get to the airport, my sister will come and meet you and collect it. Those are not recorded. So I always believe our foreign inflows is much more higher than that 23 billion that comes through the normal source. Yeah, who is that? Is that Larry?
Why are you comparing us with other African countries now? It's not apple for apple now.
No, I'm just trying, based on what Rational Mind is talking about, so I'm just trying to expand it. You get my point. All he has to do, he has the brain we all work with, the telephone in his hand. All he has to do is, whether ChatGPT, whether Grok, whether Google, just ask what's Nigeria's current net forex reserve as of April or of March ending. It will give you all the details you want. It will give you all the details you want. It's a very simple thing. So let's go back to the oil thing we're talking about, because it is a life wire, and Nigeria is blessed, because when it goes to the boss this year, NNPCL, then we'll coast home for free. The beauty of this government is that they are staying the course. They are not getting it right immediately. They are not scoring bull's eyes, but they are staying the course. And when you stay the course for this long, despite all some of the flip-flop or bullets from right, left, and center, it will yield. a good result for you.
Buhari yield, Abi. Like Buhari, all Buhari's economic policies that were being told that we're all willing willers, that we are going to see how it's going to yield. Right?
Buhari didn't do anything, as far as I'm concerned, because during Buhari's regime, debt to GDP ratio got up to 98%. 98%. Debt to GDP ratio. We are borrowing to pay salaries. There were 2 times in the month or a couple of more times, there was nothing in the FAC even to disburse to state government and local government. No money from Abuja. Nothing. It was a time of low cost. That's 8 years. Buhari did nothing. But today, our GDP, our debt to GDP ratio has gone down to about 65%. It's not going to be an overnight success. It's a process. Everything in life, as I'm concerned, is a process. Even as short as 100 meters to press the tape, nobody has done it on sub-9. On sub-9 seconds, nobody has done it. But it's a shouting distance. Here, from here now, somebody 100 meters away will hear and look back. So the process we are on, what I'm excited about particularly is that the president is not changing course. He knows where he's going. If he fails, we all fail. If he succeeds, he's bringing us to modernity. He's bringing the economy, by extension, the Nigerian people, into what is obtained internationally. How government is run.
Give me facts, sir. Again, for me, facts, sir.
Okay, the facts. Let me tell you. Okay, let's start with education. The easiest one.
Empirical fact.
Yes, the low-hanging fruit. Let's start with the low-hanging fruit, which is education. I mean, a lot of people were brought to poverty because educating their children up to secondary school level, very easy, because most states who are in charge of that, they do it for free. But when it comes to tertiary, that's a lot of problem. And we know what our girls are into just to access a tertiary institution. Now he brought NEL fund. And with the NEL fund, so far, it's not like overnight we have 1 million or anything. We have about 1 million students or so in the university. And today, NEL fund has disbursed to about 400,000 students are enjoying. Let me finish.
Okay, go on.
Let me finish. You asked for facts. About 400. But the surprise in that statistics is that only 1 of 4 are female. Only 1 of 4 are female. Is it because the female are not accessing it, or the female are well-to-do, they are sponsoring themselves, they don't want to be encumbered by debt, or is it that our statistics are wrong as per female and male ratio in Nigeria? We don't know yet. But people are enjoying it. The stipend may be low. I think it's between 20 and 30 that goes straight to the student's pocket every month steadily. But they pay your tuitions and do every other thing for you. And they extended it to people who are doing handwork. So if you are learning how to be an artisan, a plumber, a hairdresser, or a tailor, they will also pay whatever fees that's required to pay. And when you finish, they buy equipment for you on loan. You take equipment on loan. I like it. I don't like people talking about free this, free that. Education should be free.
I can find facts.
Yeah.
Minister of Coordination of the stupid economy on that Tinubu. What's his name?
Which ministry? Which ministry?
He gave us a figure when he was doling out all the crap that Tinubu has achieved. You know, as he always is talking every time when he has the opportunity. Our president, Mr. President, he said, we told out almost like 100 billion naira for this whatever school tertiary fund that they gave to them to go to school. Then this other guy who was in charge of that, I don't know, maybe he's in charge or maybe he's their spokesperson. He was in the north recently. I saw one video clip when the guy, even several weeks after Wale Edun said the loan, this guy was giving another new figure. Was giving about 20 billion that they've disbursed. I wonder where are all these people getting all this? One person said this.
Hold on.
Okay, wait, but it is easy for you. You see, most of these people, these departments, these MDAs, they have their websites. All you have to do is
there
go
is
to
no
NEL.
information on the website. People are giving you information on the website.
Go to NEL Fund website.
We brought it here before now. The
Okay,
website.
Can you help us bring it up, woman, so that we can talk about it? Because this is one of those things we always do here. That
we can bring it up later, but I don't want to sidetrack the conversation into that.
All right.
But just what you're saying, you know, you have to listen to what these people say. I'm not aware of the storyline that you're talking about, but just off the back you said, if you are saying Wale Edun and the person in charge of that particular space, if you are saying that they are quoting different figures, then you have to first say then how they explain those figures. So Wale Edun may well have been telling you that the Black Brother space, this is what's been budgeted. This is the net impact of the government's interaction with that space.
Save me this all these things you're saying. I don't want to. It's just so annoying when you're saying this. I mean, Shemo, are you saying I didn't hear what I heard? You go on. I'll look at that
I'm asking you,
and I will send you.
What did you hear? It's the thing, you know, because the two can still exist.
You are trying to explain it the way you feel, or what you think. But I'm telling you what we heard.
The way it makes sense, you know.
No, it doesn't make sense when you're saying it. Then let us go.
They can't just come on here and quote random figures now when they know that it's a nation of educated people. But we have to give these people some credit now. They understand the people. They're not illiterate, you know, that's these people. But back to you.
Yeah, for the comment period asking for Nigeria's debt stock. As of today, domestic and international, because there are two phases to debt stock, domestic, foreign. But the totality of domestic and foreign, I think, stands about $90 billion we owe today. That means I can't really say this is the foreign component of it, this is the domestic component of it. But our contractors for the local debt are not complaining so far. Salaries are being paid. You understand? Salaries have been paid. So let's stick on the NNPC in the meantime. Woman, you have to give me more time because I want to talk about River State. RM has taken much of my time. So I want to have time on the River State issue too. So this thing, and like I advise, everybody should just save money because NNPC is a profitable business. Once they float it on the Nigerian bourse, that's money-making machine. Because today we're doing outside of we have 1.5 million so far today, and then we have about 300,000 of derivatives coming out of it. So if you put them together, about 1.8. But the destination actually, before we can breathe a little bit easy, will be about 2.2 barrels per day. But with the new oil fields coming in and the threats they've given, the government has given to all the oil well owners that are not serious, that are not doing well, they have to surrender those oil wells and redistribute the wealth of the nation and give to people who are really, truly ready, concerned, particularly the people of the Niger Delta. And when I say Niger Delta, I meant Bayelsa, Delta, and Rivers. Those are the Niger Delta I know. Outside of that, they are oil-producing states of Nigeria, including our dear Lagos. So that is the essence of it. So if we've done civil servant headship of NNPC for 77, 23, 28, that's for about 48 years of NNPC establishment, let outsiders, technocrats, people who are honed in oil service business to come and head it now, and let's see the difference. So I look forward to that. So let me go quickly to River State business. I believe firmly the president had the power to declare emergency administration in any state in Nigeria. He is number one. He's responsible, is the chief security officer of the state. That is where I think his correctness in this reverse thing ends. This Ibas thing that has come up, for the life of me, I don't understand. One, why did they release River State money to Ibas? I think, as far as my brain can carry me in matters of law, it is very wrong. The federal government has a lot of leeway when it comes to getting funds. I thought the central bank would have provided an emergency fund for Ibas to use for 6 months, mainly to pay salaries.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Emergency fund from where?
The central bank can provide that a kind of cover. They will be reimbursed. No, Larry. They will be reimbursed as soon as the proper administration comes
It
back.
doesn't work like that. Government accounting doesn't work like that.
Well, we're talking about doctrine of necessity here. That's my own this thing, Larry. Because why are you releasing funds to a temporary government? To me, it's illegal.
No, they can.
And this man is now talking about a budget. What budget? Who gave him the authority?
Yeah.
He's under the supervision of NAS.
Yeah.
You get my point? So he wants to present. Is he a governor? Was he elected?
Baba.
Why is he going to present budget to NAS?
Baba, can he run? Is he supposed to run without budget? That makes him a dictator now. The fact that he has budget means that
this is what I'm saying, that he is now ruined as a established governor. No, we are in a democracy.
Sorry, can I quickly chop in something? You see, if you tell him to, if he runs without budget, that means that can lead to abuse. The fact that he has budget means that he has a plan, and he has the National Assembly, which is now the State Assembly, that is monitoring it, and they can hold him to account on that. The state has to keep running. The state has to continue. Is to maintain law and order in that place. There's no way you can maintain law and order without paying people salary, without ensuring that infrastructure runs properly, without providing security. All those things cost money, and he needs to make a budget.
Under what authority? Under which law? We are bound in a democracy. We are bounded by law.
No, the law, the fact that there's an emergency rule there suspends certain aspects of the constitution. Normally, a person that is not elected into office is not supposed to head the state. But that's not the case in this situation. Somebody who is not elected is heading the state. It's because there's an emergency rule. So a lot of things are to be suspended. A lot of things have to be suspended.
Why I disagree? Even in corporate setting, when you have a budget for a department, and that department is likely to overshoot it, what do you do? When you request for extra, it goes into implicit accounts.
No, that's not an emergency now.
You run
an emergency rule.
That's why they should go on implicit account. Look, do you know what democracy is? Under what authority?
How can you run a state with an impress?
When you say it's an emergency, that's what he should run on. It's 6 months. But this man is running it as if he's going to be there for the next 2 years, for the next election cycle. I think it's wrong.
Baba.
If we have lawyers listening, let them come in and tell us whether this is right or not.
Baba.
Yeah.
Baba, let me tell you something.
He can't create a budget for the state, though. That's where I don't agree. But sorry.
No, the thing is this. If you want him to account for his stay there has to be a budget. Right? So, okay, let's look at it like this. He has money. There is no budget. There is nothing. He puts his hand into that money and he spends it. And now at the end of the day, you want to audit him. How do you audit him? So all this, this is the, in as much as anything democratic government is being suspended in that place, the only people that can put him to check if they think that is actually going outside what they want, is National Assembly. So it needs to like, okay, fine. And in terms of this budget that we're saying, budget is just an estimate. It's not like, yeah, this is how much it's going to spend. At least he has to, this is how much I'm going to spend for, okay, even if it's just going to be within that 6 months, how much are you really budgeting for salaries? How much are you budgeting for this? How much are you budgeting for that? And he has to propose it, send it to National Assembly. They will vet it. So it's not like, we're taking it as if it's one big thing, right? It's just normal.
No, it is big. When you say 2025 budget, so let's look. Wait, Larry.
Okay.
So he presented a budget 2025. Fubara comes back 6 months time. So Fubara will now run Ibas budget.
No. Not
to the end of 2025, or
Baba.
if Fubara will come up with another budget extension.
Baba, when Fubara comes back, all Fubara needs to do is to work on another proposal and send it to the House of Assembly.
Come on, we are talking of democracy here.
No. That is, see, Baba, this thing is just, it's not rocket science, right?
I need a lawyer.
Don't let us complicate some of all those things. We tend to complicate things as if it's one big deal. Right?
It's big deal to me because this man was not elected. He's an outsider. He's a Calabar man coming to Rivers State to administer the place temporarily, and he's taking charge as if he was voted in.
Baba, forget about election or no election. There is no democracy in Rivers State as of today. So there is no, just put that one at the back of your mind. There is no democracy in Rivers State as of today. So forget about somebody elected or not elected. All they have in Rivers State today is a sole administrator that has to spend money, and there has to be proper account for every money he spends. And in order to do that, the best way to do that is to have something that people can hold him to. Right? The people that are going to vet him are going to hold him to something. It's not like he has the money and he can spend it anyhow. And at the end of 6 months, they come in and start auditing. Auditing what?
Who is going to audit it?
No, yeah, he's still going to be audited at the end of 6 months. So the fact that
who will audit him? The NAS or the federal government apparatus?
He has to see, Baba. At the end of 6 months.
Answer me that, Larry. If it's the government,
General will audit him.
Okay, and if Fubara choose to audit it also, not to put himself, because if I were Fubara when I come back, I'm going to audit it independently, because I don't want anybody now to carry load that doesn't belong to me on my head.
Yes,
and if the figures don't marry, what happens? There will be controversy.
Baba, that is part of the reason why he needs a budget, right? That is part of the reason why he needs a budget. So a budget, so the whole budget can actually be a normal, we've seen instances that people do quarter budget and whatever he wants to do for that 6 months, he should do. Whatever is going to make his work easier for that 6 months. All I'm interested in is...
But so you, wait, Larry, let me...
Sorry, Baba. He gave us the focus areas of his budget. He says he's going to budget towards infrastructures and all whatnot. So, is it going to determine the trajectory of that state just in a 6 months period?
And don't forget, he's already collecting security votes, about 800 million every month.
Baba,
not unaccounted for.
Baba,
yeah.
Whatever is collecting, let him run that place. If it's going to be 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, let him run that place.
At the end of be creating a budget, it should be administering what is already in place. Whatever plans.
So what is already in place is illegal. They don't have a budget.
There are ongoing projects already now. Even if it's a
See, well, woman, don't mix this thing up. Right? Don't mix this thing up. The fact that there are ongoing projects.
Sorry, Larry. I think since we are just 4, let's make it interactive, please, so that it doesn't go to each person again. So, RM, you can come in, flow, and okay, more people are coming now. Okay, go ahead, please, Larry.
So, Baba, one man, don't mix it up. There are projects, yes, right? But at least he needs to run for 6 months, and there has to be a guiding principle of running. And the best thing to guide him is to at least have an estimate that this is what I intend to spend for this 6 months. This is how much I intend to spend on salaries for 6 months. This is how much I intend to spend on the House of Assembly complex. If there are things to spend, this
Those
is what I
are fine, but this guy is talking about projects.
Baba, talk about project or no project. Governance needs to continue. Does it mean that for 6 months, the people of
What
Rivers
business has he got with to do projects in River State as an
will do
administrator?
project, Baba. He will do project.
The only reason why he will be doing all this means he's staying longer than 6 months. Because if the reason for him being in that seat is to handle security, then what he's just meant to do is sit down there, make sure everything goes as planned, ensure that there's no violence or anything, and ensure that projects and salaries are paid. He has no business touching or altering the budgets. And I think that's just, I think, fine, Tinubu is a player and everything. That's okay. I give him hand on that. But him altering the budget, I think is just going a bit too far. This is becoming ridiculous.
That's my take too.
I agree with that as well.
Let's not deceive ourselves. As far as River State is concerned today, there is no budget in River State. River State does not have a budget. Right? 2024, 2025, there is no budget. That's been
I agree with that.
Now, if there's no budget and this guy has to run, forget about he's going to do security or not the security. All he needs to do is to administer that state. Security is part of it. Everything that will make that state a going concern is what he needs to do. You can say, for him to keep that state as a going concern, he might just focus on security. No, that's not administration. He needs to administer that state for the benefit of the people. Now, at the end of the 6 months, if you feel that he's not done well, or probably he's spent, out of what he's supposed to spend, they should audit him. But as far as it's concerned now, except probably if the court says otherwise, if the court does not say otherwise, and he's going to be there for 6 months, he's going to do everything to keep that state as a going concern. Whatever it takes him to keep that state as a going concern, he needs to do it.
So what's the difference between this administrator and what Fubara'S was doing? Because right now, the House of Assembly is not operating, and he's single-handedly doing everything.
There is difference between this administrator and what Fubara'S was doing.
Okay.
As far as River State is concerned now, no democracy in River State, right? What Fubara'S was doing was not backed by any law.
This isn't backed by any law as well. What's backed by any law?
If it's not backed by any law, have you seen any court validated it?
Do we have courts in Nigeria?
No.
What courts? Is this not the first time? They've all said it that this is not legally.
I'm not having this kind of conversation. I beg. You don't have courts in Nigeria. I don't have like this. I want conversation.
Me too. I don't like we don't have all this court. We don't have data. We don't. But
is it not true? He asked a question. Hold on, one man. He asked a question. He says, "What court has validated it?" When previous judgment has said that yes, those people they decamp, they lost their seat. And they had to appeal it.
What court has validated what?
Yeah, that the lawmakers are defected. They've lost their seats. There was, I think, there's a court ruling.
Where did you get that from?
There was a court ruling.
Which court?
The state?
No, Larry, let me explain that one. What the Supreme Court said is that.
No, I'm not talking about the Supreme Court. Before the Supreme Court, before they even appealed it in one of the courts that is still pending hearing. Until when the Supreme Court had to wade into it, even though they did not bring it before. There was a court ruling before the appeal that made them to challenge it in the appeal. They took it to appeal that they defected, they've lost their seats. I think there was a court ruling from River State.
But when Supreme Court has spoken, that has brought finality to that.
Question. And at the time, status quo before the Supreme Court ruling, there was a ruling that says the people that defected, they've lost their seats. And so the governor was acting based on that court ruling.
There was no ruling.
There was
no
no
ruling like that.
ruling.
There
was no ruling like that. Okay.
There was
No.
no
One man, I
ruling.
sent you some videos. Can you play them when you have the time, please?
No, there is a River State Court ruling that confirmed that they've been they are out. They actually changed party. Based on that, I think they even took it to appeal court, then Supreme Court. But there there are two cases here: River State Court and federal courts.
Baba.
Yeah.
The only case in River State, right, was the issue of the budget, where they gave I think the River State High Court, gave the governor the leeway to present to those 4 guys. Right? So they had it pending. So I think it was in federal high court at the point, the issue of defection, before Supreme Court judgment. And that thing is still in federal high court. I think as of today, I think federal high courts, they reserve their ruling on that. There are
sometime I think April 27 or so, but there's nothing they can do other than respect the Supreme Court.
The problem in River State is there's a whole lot of interlocutory injunction. Or what do they call that thing?
But with the Supreme Court judgment, and those are not necessary anymore. No judge can get up now and rule anything on that matter
anymore. But what I don't understand in that River State is what is the status of those other 3 or 4 guys?
They are still part of the assembly. They are still part of the assembly.
Because I think prior to this point, they were suspended.
Who did?
Yeah, those guys were suspended.
The Amewule people suspended them.
Yeah,
that group suspended them.
Well, if the Amewule people suspended them, they will not attend.
Time, if you look at that Supreme Court ruling, the Supreme Court was emphasizing on the 27.
Yeah, the Supreme Court said it's audio, or let me borrow Obedience word, it's audio cross-carpeting, that they did not deregister from PDP ward register. So if they still remain on PDP ward register, where your political career begins, then they are assumed to be PDP members. That's the Supreme Court judgment.
So, leave Ibas, let Ibas do his thing. I beg, leave that guy, let him do his thing.
No, we're talking about big money here. We are talking about the welfare of the people.
Not illegally, you can't do anything illegally now. This will be the second illegal act.
No, I'm not quarreling, one man, folks. I'm not quarreling that the president doesn't have a right to put in an administrator there. Fine, but the administrator's power should be limited. But this Ibas is now ruling as a substantive governor of the state, doing budgets. If he says it's a kind of, what do I say, a budget that is limited to his term of 6 months for salary, for infrastructural maintenance, security. Yes, I can agree to that.
Baba,
we have them in on itemized.
Don't preempt National Assembly. Let them do their work now. Maybe we'll present it to them.
Okay, okay. For easy flow, I yield. So let's just continue. I'll be interjecting now.
All right. Thank you, Baba. Thank you for holding it steady. So as the room continues to populate, let's do 5-7 minutes monologue just to get through the voices fairly quickly. I was going to go to War Peace, but I think it's dropped. We kick off the monologues with we kick it off with Patoski. We often forget Patoski because it's a host, but he's a panelist before it's a host. So
I was here before Patoski now. Is he not?
Were you? All right. Okay.
No. Let him go on. I'm just asking if I'm. Let him go. Let him go.
I'm actually trying to grab your videos. That's why I'm leaving you to
okay, no problem. Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah. Pato, are you there? Are you ready?
Yeah, okay, one man. Thank you very much.
All these bad people, it takes them a while to wind up.
So,
it's ready.
I'm happy that Tinubu has made that change in NNPC actually. He has brought in 2 major experts that I saw on that board. Bayo Julari was MD of SNEPCO He was also in a SPDC, and he was a very top person there. The other person on the board is Babo Motowa. Babo Motowa was a very senior person in Shell Nigeria, was MD of LNG, and he was the vice president of Shell Global. Babo Motowa is from Kogi State, but they all grew up in Ilorin, and I'm happy that that is taking place now. Now that NNPC is private, kind of, and they are planning maybe eventually going to go to the market. It is good that we have this kind of people. And what I'm looking at is, I want to see how they can get Shell to increase its investment in Nigeria, because I won't be surprised if this appointment have Shell interest. You understand? In it. These are people that went to Shell as very young guy. If you read their profile, Bab Motoa, after university, just taught for some time and then joined Shell, and he had been in Shell all the while. And he went to LNG to represent Shell. It was the turn of Shell to produce the MD of LNG, and he was the best guy they could use. You understand? And same thing with Snepco. When they had an MD in Snepco, Bayo Julari was the one that they brought in. So I'm sure they must have served their interests maybe at a certain point, and so they're like Shell boys. So I want to think that they probably had Shell backing for those appointments, and so I want to see, maybe with time, let's just watch. Maybe Shell is likely to increase investment now, because they sold their assets in recent time, and they pulled out. They pulled out of onshore completely, and I don't know the extent of offshore operation they have in Nigeria now. But I think with these two guys on board, they might want to come in, since they have people that they can trust. But I don't know how that's going to be possible. But another thing that I'm trying to see is that with the Tinubu appointment of Yoruba, the Kogi man, the Baba Motowa one, you should know that name. Sounds like Yoruba, and it's from the Yoruba speaking part of Kogi, then by Ojulari and the rest. I'm just wondering what Tinubu is trying to do. I just hope, I'm afraid that he had some original plan, and it's playing a very strong game, and he wants to try. I'm sure he wants to dare. I just hope it's not what I'm thinking, Sha.
Well, what are you thinking?
He's kind of person. His background, Tinubu's background, Tinubu's political ideology, where he actually belongs and came from. You understand? Yeah, but he's not the loud one like them Baba, the Baba that passed on. Yes, they are doing it by speaking and shouting. But Tinubu is looking like someone, I'll use a Yoruba word, to Baba Mobo or Ashebi Obo. And Fashola said something. He said one strength that he has is the tendency of people to underestimate him. If you look at him and he talks and he does not really look very smart. Doesn't look like someone that is very smart. The way you look at someone like Utomi or maybe even an Obi, from the outlook, even when he talks, he might not be speaking very smart, but he acts very smart.
Patoski.
He executes smartly, yeah?
Patoski. So for that Kogi owner, if you look at it very well, any appointment going to Kogi now should go to Kogi West. And I think that was what Tinubu did. Because I think they are the minorities in Kogi. And they look at the governor.
Yeah.
The governor is already is an Ibiraman. That's the governor, right? The minister from Kogi is an Igala man. Yes. So if they have three things going to for APC in Kogi, I think it makes more sense to give Kogi West. And I think that was what he just did.
Okay, and luckily they have this guy well positioned for that. So,
and probably Paleke too will have probably facilitated that.
Given his background and everything. Yeah. So, and he's a very prominent, yeah. So, but the point is, the things with his appointment, what I'm seeing, I hope that's not what he's trying to do. In the long run, I might think maybe towards the end of his second term, that might just happen. He might take a major shot at that. And at that time, he would have put a lot of things in place that will probably make that possible. You know, when you just keep shouting it and trying to act it, people are ready for you. But when you are just there doing stuff, and the next thing is you just strike one time, you don't want to strike twice. And to me, he has tested the water with the tax bill. He has seen it. He's going to withdraw now. He's going to reposition, and then his final strike will probably be at that point. And I'm sure that's what they're going to try to hit. That country needs to be restructured. If you want to progress, that country needs to be restructured. There's no amount of whatever anybody can do. If the country is not restructured, any government that comes in can reverse it, can undo a lot of progress that people have achieved. So to me, I believe Tinubu is smart enough to know that the country needs to be restructured. Then
Yeah, you know, Patroski, I'm suspecting him because the way he has been beaten with the tax reform bill is going to use the youth conference and tailor it to bring about that reform. Because if the youth determine that the country should be restructured along this line, that line, this line, definitely, if he wants to implement it, and the kick from the usual suspect quarters, he will use the youth against them. This is my own thinking.
Yeah.
Because he's determined to use that youth conference.
Because from what I'm seeing now, you know, with what he did even with his own political effort at getting presidency, it took his time. It took his time very well. That's why I will not say, oh, we expect him to do this, do that in that area. The only thing I'm saying he should do is he should work on food inflation. If Tinubu succeeds in doing that, everything that he does, he seems to be forgiven. That's a mistake that, I don't know, maybe it's difficult. I'm sure he knows that. But maybe it's difficult. Maybe there's something out there, some things we don't know. If he works on food inflation, all his sins will be forgiven. I'm telling you, the people, the political class will be afraid of him. Because if you touch him, you will touch the people. They will be scared. And that's where he needs to position himself now. Some of his policies of maybe restructuring NNPC, doing all those things are going to favor the elite. Like floating the naira, making sure this won't happen, energy, all those kind of stuff that he's trying to do. If they take NNPC to the market, how many people have money to even invest now? All those things will favor the elite. The Elumelus will have enough funds. They own asset management companies, they own venture capitalist company. The guy who is giving free money to African young entrepreneurs, will he not have money to put and buy maybe substantially 20%, 10% of NNPC? That's the question, that's the thing. But the point is that those things are going to favor that class of people. If he is able to,
question: how do you tackle food inflation if you don't produce anything?
If it's going to tackle food inflation, I can't give you an answer.
Because I think when it comes to food inflation, I think it's highly dependent on not being able to like generate our own like food and things like that without importing.
There are so many ways that enter that you can take to a destination when you have your. So the point is that you need to define it, and that's what we are simply helping to do now. You understand? Define the problem. The problem is that there's food inflation and we need to tackle it. So it needs to sit down and look at what is causing this food inflation. I know we might not be producing, but they have the statistics to know whether we are even producing. Don't be surprised. In the areas where we produce, the prices are still up. So it could be that, okay, we need to produce in this area, but these are areas we need to produce. What is the problem? Is it distribution? Is it sabotage? Is it security? Then it might not necessarily be producing. It might not be necessarily be production alone. I know consumption to production is good, but don't be surprised that our capacity currently, we might not even maximizing it. Or as is the production, we might be losing them in transit due to perishability and some other things, other factors. So as the president of the country, they have access to information that people like me don't have.
Patoski, we are not able to even grow up to what will feed Nigeria. The worst thing is to do the extreme, which is what he's doing with rice now. Let's import.
Fine. So that's with what you are saying now. Even if we maximize our current capacity, except we expand our capacity, with our current capacity, we cannot feed Nigeria.
We can't meet up with, at least, even if we expand our capacity and everything, probably in the next 1 year, we may be close, we may be getting close, but not an immediate thing.
And there's no way we can even be sufficient in all area of the food. We can be sufficient in the grains.
At least, I remember that on this
platform.
platform, was it not December when people were saying, oh, rice was over 100,000.
It's down now.
Yeah, so I confirmed with someone today in Nigeria, and the person said it's 65,000 naira. I was like, wow. Because I remember somebody was saying 120. So if rice can
5,000 for what?
65,000.
That's good.
For a bag of rice.
Yeah, that's not true.
Which rice is that? Which rice is that? 65,000.
I'm glad you're here anyway.
Yeah, that was what I confirmed. I confirmed from someone today, and there's a party on
Which
Saturday.
type of rice? Which type of rice?
Which type of rice? Normal foreign rice.
Yeah.
Rice na rice.
Which one is which type
Rice
of
na
rice?
But rice na 85,000 naira. Rice is 85,000 naira.
From what I confirmed today, 65,000 naira was what I confirmed.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm glad that Ken is here actually, because I'm glad we're still on this bag of rice, because somebody sent something in, somebody that was so irritated by but as soon as I can find it, I'll bring it up. Somebody that's also irritated by the dubious data that Ken is always coming here to present. I'll carry on. I'll start for that thing.
Ekene, how much is rice in Lagos now? By your own thing.
Patoski, rice is 85,000 naira in Lagos.
How much was it last year?
That's not true.
Last year is 110,000 last year.
So we have
December last year.
That is 25,000 off, right?
People in the commentariat are saying 75. Another is saying 60 to 75. So it's closer to what Larry is saying, about 65.
Let's even say 85. You understand what I'm saying? So we can leave the argument. That means we are 25,000 less than what. And my own brother told me that beans has gone down. That one, I don't know how can I do that, but my brother told me that beans has gone down.
Are you people putting in consideration harvest and sell time? It's very important when you talk about prices coming down, more especially in food stores.
That is the issue. Beans has come down. Beans was I think 1,600 naira per cup then. Now I think it's 1,200 naira. So, but when these ones are going down, the other ones are going up. Just like what you are saying, tomato is going up to what it used to be and all that. Now yam is also going up. So these are the issues. So I don't know how sustainable.
Because can I come in?
No, come in, madam.
Because the main root cause has not been solved. When you talk about food security, you talk about the root cause. Why is our food not secured?
Sorry. Zita, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you? Yeah, just give me 1 microsecond. Just because Ekene is there. This storyline that is being saying, you know, we have a lot of people that are listening, and even after the show, they contact me. This is somebody that contacts me. Can you see? Is it showing on the screen? So yeah. So that's somebody that contacts me. It says, "One man, good afternoon. I am listening to your program. I want to send you the receipt I received after buying a bag of rice yesterday." So this person actually sent in their bank, whatnot. So there is the receipt right there. Transaction 60,000 naira, and then it goes on. So I'll move very quickly from that, and that is the bag of rice that he bought. So he sent the name of the bag of rice as well, and then it continues. It says, from 100,000 naira now to 60,000 naira. I was even informed by my wife that it was supposed to be 58,000 naira. But I was cheated. And then it goes on. It says, so that when Ekene starts his story again, this should serve as proof. Thank you. So you know, Ekene, people are listening. The thing is 60,000 naira, and it's even round about 55,000 naira for a bag of rice.
Did he tell you where he bought it from? What man? I have people in Nigeria that buy it.
From the
Woman,
market now.
I don't like to do this with you, woman.
From the market now. He's telling like he sent his bank details. He sent the receipt, the bag of rice.
I'm not asking you, woman. I'm not asking you.
He bought it from Nigeria, not Togo.
Hold on now. I'm not asking you to ask him. If you want to ask him, that's fine. But my point is that we have somebody like Ekene who is in Nigeria telling us that he's on ground in Nigeria. And somebody who don't even, I mean, if that person, if he's sure or she's sure of herself, let him come on this platform. Come on, talk to
one man. The issue is that even that listener, that the person that sent you this thing is not listening to your show. If he's listening to your show, you would have known that last when earlier this year when rice was coming down, I told you about it here in this platform. Even before these guys were saying all these things they are saying, I was the first person that told you at least rice has removed some money. But as I'm talking to you now, the price of rice in Lagos State is 85,000 naira. You know, I don't want to argue anything with you.
Hold on. This guy lives in Ikorodu, and he bought it yesterday. He just told us now. You know, he bought it yesterday.
This rice is, I don't even know the name of this rice.
One man.
This rice is not.
Ekene is high grade. Maybe it's eating Aruso or Uncle Ben's rice. So if you choose to eat Uncle Ben's rice, that's your wahala. But if they choose to eat
this one self no get name.
Rice,
this one self nah, you don't even reach 50 kg. The rice no get. I never see rice no get.
Family they chop ham, and they chop ham. They chop ham. So when you choose to buy above or special rice, now you sabi. Now you they go buy Uncle Ben's rice or Caroline rice.
You get clock for body.
So we are choosing the low bar that is readily available to everybody. If you choose to go beyond that,
so because I want to please you, I should buy this kind of price that has to stone in.
And you want to eat quality life now, so that is different. But essentially, this is what is available.
This is not even Nigeria. This is not even Nigerian quality or good rice. This is even the lowest, the one that gets sand inside it. This is it. Because I never said this bag that this.
But the man like that.
Hold on.
Okay, anytime when you buy rice, bring the receipt. Give it to hold on, Madam Zita. Anytime you buy the rice, bring the receipt. Give it to woman. Anytime when you buy rice, a full bag like that, give the receipt to woman.
The problem is that he will not even agree on my own price. He will not even if he wants to. Even if he wants tomorrow, I'll give him the price tomorrow with a video. But the problem is that he will not agree to it.
No, we will agree. Listen, when you want to make your argument or make your submission, It's usually very nice when you are very clear in your submission. I don't know about anybody, but I know that in Nigeria, rice has grade.
Exactly.
And their prices are different. For somebody to come to one-man platform and say rice is 120,000, that doesn't mean you can't get anyone lower or higher. So when you come to one-man platform and say, they ask you, how much is a bag of rice now in Nigeria? To me, the simple answer would have been, it depends on what you want to buy, where you want to buy it, and the quality you want to buy. But the least you can get is 60,000 or 55,000 or 45,000.
Correct.
That is the way to make a case. When you make it, somebody will not be sending a screenshot of the rice he bought, and then you come to argument to say it doesn't really matter. After all, we all buy clothes.
Because the fellow is not lying.
Some people buy suit of 50,000 US dollars.
Correct.
Even when they don't look good in it. Some people still buy 10,000 US dollars, and some people still buy 2,000 or even 500, 200, and still they look good in it. And when you ask them, they say, I bought my suit $200.
Everybody wears suits.
That doesn't mean that there is no $50,000 US dollars worth of suit in the market. Okay? So this argument doesn't actually really make sense. That's what I'm trying to say. They have 60, they have 50, they have 85, they have 100. Even now, you can still get 90,000 bag of rice.
Even in America, organic rice are priced differently, expensive.
Yes. So the argument shouldn't be something we should be going through, honestly. It's not an argument. It's not supposed to be debated.
All right, back to you, Pato. But we are in the debunking phase now. Anybody coming here to make up stories, know that there are people that are sending me stuff to. In fact, people send stuff all the time. I just don't bother presenting them. Yeah, but back to you, Pato.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, brother, for taking the pain to send that. So, but at least we know that.
We thank that viewer. One man, thank him on behalf of the platform.
Yes. Thank you, the person that sent it in. Pato, in the course of you holding the space, I'll also at some point like you to speak on JP Morgan now wanting to transmute from having just a foothold presence in Nigeria to apply for a commercial banking license. So you're a banker, so you probably know what that means.
Yes. Thank you very much. Let me just quickly close on this one, and then move to that. Thank you, brother, for at least bringing that to us. At least you have been able to show us that you bought rice for this price, and you showed us the type of rice you bought. You understand? People say, "Oh, depends on the type of rice," but he has done that. He brought the invoice. He sent the picture of the type of rice. So any argument that we have against that is not on him. It's on whoever wants to argue. He has given us, I bought this particular type of rice of this measure at so and so price from Lagos. Period. That's all we need. Thank you very much. We appreciate. And people could just be helping us with such information again. And the Kenya is not necessarily does not necessarily mean that you are wrong. You could be buying a different type of rice at different location. But one thing that I have been able to verify is that one, my brother said beans don't go down. And I trust that person well. So it doesn't
How
have
much your brother buy? How much your brother buy?
He said he bought a paint bowl for 6,000.
Paint bowl? You know, buy full bag.
No, he bought paint bowl. Listen now.
Okay.
He didn't say the price is cheap. He said it has gone down. We should listen carefully and be careful how we also listen. He said the price has gone down. He didn't say it's now cheap. You understand? So let's note that. So I know that that has gone down. Hopefully it will continue. But what led us to this was that I was saying that with all the gain that Tinubu needs to tackle that, because it's going to make his job easier. It's going to be easy to sell him, and it's going to, before the political class do anything to him, they will be very careful. They'll be very careful because you become a populist, and they'll be very careful because they wouldn't know what the reaction of the population would be. But not in a situation where the normal populations are the one that even try to go against him. So that's the challenge. And let me quickly address it to respect of the student loan. I don't know how much they have disbursed. I don't know how much they have budget, but I know someone who has gotten. You understand? I know. I mean, I have staff that used to work with me when I was in law in the bank. Their children have access to them loan. Their kids are in the
So it's not Lamba, as the Kenya used to
no,
tell
no,
us
no,
that
no.
is Lamba.
I know people that have gotten. In short, my driver was calling me, you know the way they call you and say, I sent the work. I say his son was in the university. I say, then they get student loan. No. It was near West. I said, just make sure you also get. So the guy has started going to apply now to make sure that you get. But I think it's the for you to be able to access now, you must have your record in the bank, in the company, in the university. So it's accessible to 200 level upward because those are the ones that really currently have their record in the system. So it is the university makes the record available to the student loan body. Once you apply, they verify your admission and your record with the university, and they disburse to the university.
Hello,
Patoski, just to
one
add
man
to it,
who was
Patoski,
sorry,
they
Baba.
according to
One
the
man who was the
statistics,
guy arguing here the other day. There's
About
somebody
student loan.
that said he need to see somebody who got it. I promise to bring.
No. I have staff, my children, because these are my staff that
yeah, I
ordinarily.
think there are about 3 people on that day, Zita. I can remember well.
They used
But
to
what I
tell
want
me
to
that.
add also is that according to the statistics from Nelfund, the southeastern states are the least applicants. They are not buying into the project.
Because they are not abroad.
And that surprises me because they value education highly there.
No, they don't believe that it's really taking place. Maybe that's why they say, no, who they get that? Nobody they get that. So because of that, you didn't apply. That was what happened to my
At
driver.
the southeast, my niece have it.
Okay.
We said they are least applicants.
Because most of them might feel that that thing is not true, so they will not apply. The same thing my driver was saying, no, they no give them. I say, and I told him my other staff that I've got, he say, Oga, these are people that would naturally call you for money and stuff like that. Not necessarily because
But
they want
I
to
didn't like the fact that you can get it with any course.
Madam.
They're supposed to. They should make it for professional courses so that more students can get it in that area.
I mean,
not
leave
somebody
history
who is
people,
reading.
leave sociology, I beg.
Not somebody who is studying Igbo BK, Igbo BK or Yoruba BK. We go and get scholarship. That's where I agree.
I think I agree with that. It's really fancy too. No, but
if you want to study Igbo BK or Igbo Yoruba, you should go and pay for it. Because we are looking for is labor. We are looking for development. We are looking
for
to
lawyers
update
and doctors, engineers, and
we should concentrate in that area that will give us such young people.
Who go teach us history then? Who go teach us history? Who go teach us sociology? Who go teach us fine arts?
Hold on. I can teach fine art and sociology without going to university. Please.
No, you will not teach them well, though. Which sociology you want to teach them? Which sociology? I beg. You will not teach them like they should teach them now.
There is something you people don't understand about teaching. Now, you went to school to study education doesn't mean you are a good teacher.
You will teach them French too. You will teach them Arabic. I beg. We need diplomats.
All those in Niger that is flooding into your country, can't they teach French? At least let it be what you get from them.
French, what?
No, it's like you telling me to go and teach Yoruba now. I can't teach because I'm not. That I speak the language doesn't mean I can teach Yoruba.
All right. Back to
let's just close that. Then, with respect to JP Morgan, I think before was the day before yesterday, I was talking to the treasurer in my office. He happened to be in Nigeria. So we're saying it was now telling me that the indices are looking up, the outlook is looking okay, and that he might be taking a position in the Nigerian market very soon. I'm not giving you investment advice, but that might caveat. But that's what he told me. He said, look, he said the way things are looking, that he might be taking a position in Nigeria very soon. That sure, JP Morgan just made a statement about Nigerian economy, and they also said the outlook was fine. You understand? He was telling me that like 3 days ago, and that the reserve has grown to like 20-something billion, and he's taking risk, he's taking money and beginning to take position. So if he's not sure, he doesn't know what he's saying, he will not go and put his money there. You understand? He said
that's not the reason.
No, he's taking a position now in Nigeria.
That's not the reason JP Morgan is coming to Nigeria. I'll tell you.
No, I'm just telling people that the Nigeria economic outlook is looking good. You understand? There have been comments from major players that things are looking nice, So
yeah, but Peter Obi was telling us it's getting from bad to worse now.
No, let's leave Peter Obi out of it. Because ordinarily, Peter Obi might not necessarily look at. Peter Obi might be right in a way, but might not be totally right. Just like we have said, the major player, the real thing that Tinubu is doing, that's trying to work on the economy, the impact is going to be felt by the higher class, the elitists, the rich. The only thing that I think, one of the few things that I think he has done that is likely to touch the poor is this national student loan. You understand? I'm still trying to figure out any populist program that he has done.
What about the consumer credit scheme?
Where is it? Where is the consumer credit scheme?
It has started with civil service.
The civil servants are...
Okay, he's borrowing civil servant money.
No, for buying cars and things like that. That's why Dangote has up his game and is producing 120 cars every day.
So, can you imagine the way they are driving the economy now? You are giving civil servants whose minimum wage is 70,000, a director whose salary is maybe about 500 or 400,000. It's director. I'm not sure it's even any up to 500,000, maybe any up to 300. You are giving consumer credit to buy a car that is going to spend 70,000 to fill the tank. What are we talking about?
No.
I don't even want to tell them. I don't even want to say anything. I don't even want to say anything. You are giving, but let them continue with all this. You are giving somebody that is earning 70,000 or 500,000 naira a car to pay it for how many years? So all the rest of his life is going to be paying for car loan.
Patoski, if you can't educate him, let me educate him. Let me educate him. If you cannot, when you want to buy a car in America, for some people, they spread it 6 years. 6 years for a second-hand car. You can lease. Also,
but Baba, that's what I'm saying.
So there are different levels.
That's not what that space needs.
So if a civil servant earning 500, don't tell me a 70,000 salary man will go and live in 2-bedroom flat or anything, or buy a bag of rice and put it in the house. Since I've been a kid, I've never seen a laborer buy a bag of rice and put it in their house.
No, Baba, you are not explaining it well to them. Let me chip in something. When you talk about credit card and credit buy, that does not necessarily mean that if you are earning 70,000 and they say you can buy a car, it means you can go and pick any car. That's not the way it works. They will calculate it, separate it. They do the math for you. Those financial companies, they are the ones that will do the math for you and see whether you can fit in. And
based on your credit score.
Yes, and how much they can be taken out from your salary every month that you can still be comfortable until you overrun it, that you can no longer pay. So they have they have to explain to Nigerians how credit works.
Let me say this.
Credit card, you will just go, it's time to buy card.
Let me say this. Let me say this, Madam Zita. Let me say this.
Hold on, Oh, okay. Can I have that interjection? And then I want us to go back to Patoski so we can be a bit more structured.
Okay, when you talk about this, like this car credits now, I've really spoke with a number of the companies that are interested in doing that. But the way things work in Nigeria, I don't think it's everyone that will get it. Like what they explain is just like when you are buying a car from any company that are in support of it, you will first of all pay 40% of that actual price of that car. If that car is 6 million or 7 million naira, you will drop 40% cash, and they will not spread it more than a year and the 6 months. So that's the what is on ground in Nigeria. So you just check it. How many civil servants can afford that? If a car is 6 million or 8 million naira, you must pay for, and they will check your credit too. They will check your inflow and outflow, check your business. And mostly people that are getting in this is only business people that can only afford this. So, and first of all, is 40%. And the interest is even very high after paying that 40%.
What you are talking is higher purchase.
Hold on, Baba.
It's not higher purchase. It's not higher purchase. I'm telling you, credit, how to get car on credit in Nigeria as of today, as of Nigeria of today.
Hold on, Ekene. The consumer credit scheme is not just for cars. It could be for a household appliance. Let's say you needed a deep freezer. You can use it for that. You know, you can use it for, maybe you needed some renovations in your house. You can use it for that. You know, so it doesn't, it's not to buy something that you know, the people that want to buy the cars, then the system for buying the cars, if it's within their brackets, they go for that.
One man, I'm not trying to stop you. I'm not trying to stop you, but this is applicable to everything you want to get on credit, even your phone.
Yes.
Even your phone, even phone, whatever you want to buy, you must pay. Is either you pay 30% of it or 40% of it. That's how it works.
Hold on, that's how the system works. That's how, if you want to buy a house, you have to put down 25-30%, and then the bank,
No, one man, no, that's
One
not how
man.
it works.
It
That's
doesn't
not
work
how
that
it works
way.
here.
You
That's
don't-
how it works
okay,
here.
No,
maybe
no, you see, the credit you're
here
talking
you don't
about,
need any
it depends
down
on.
payment.
Okay, I'm itching to talk, one man. I mean, it's okay. Just
Please
go
let
on.
me
Let me.
just close with this. I will leave. I will handle. You see, just consumer credit, as we have done it while I was in Nigeria too, during Obasanjo's time, we're doing consumer credit because of the risk situation that we have in Nigeria with risk assessment. We want to mitigate certain things. It has always been to that you should contribute about 40%, and that limits that thing. That limits the openness of that thing opportunity to people who are also still very comfortable. And that's what I'm saying. Someone who can afford 40% for a car, for example, the person must be very comfortable. Television in Nigeria now, I'm sure it's a TV, maybe a 40-inch, might be close to 200,000. I don't know how much now. At least be close to almost.
No, nothing near that. Nothing near that.
It will be up to
Ask Ekene now. Ask Ekene, 40 inches plasma.
Hold on.
It's over.
It will be up to $300 now.
No, Patoski, just carry on. Let's not get stuck on that one.
You understand? So even that's consumer credit now, because I remember that time we were buying car, freezer, fridge, and all the stuff. When we were doing that consumer credit, I discovered that it was only bankers that could even see afford it then. So we're selling our own consumer credit to bankers in other banks, because as a banker then, when banking was still banking in Nigeria, you could not lend to yourself. You understand? I could not get my banker I could not lend to my officer. So if I want a loan for consumer credit, I'll probably maybe go to, I think I had mine at Habib Bank then. It used to be Habib Bank. I got a freezer from them, and some of them came to me to buy TV, some other stuff like that. But I had to pay 40%. So many people could not afford it. So many people could not afford that. So same thing in Nigeria now. A 40-inch TV in Canada here, maybe a Samsung will be about $500, and that's close to going to be about 600,000, or so. So you can imagine if it gets to Nigeria, a 50-inch Samsung might be close to 800, and 40% of that is close to 400,000. That's a lot of
That's
money.
expensive in Canada. What inches
No,
are that? It's called $400.
a 50, 60 inches of
Go Walmart
Samsung.
here. You can fish shovel Rooney.
Samsung. Baba, what that put
Patoski.
So let me just.
Interjection are getting a bit much. Let Patoski land and then we move around. Yeah.
So the consumer credit, you discover that even the down payment, very few people will still be able to afford it. I am not always speaking in support of Tinubu, but I'm also not always speaking against him. We are seeing some improvement in certain areas, but this thing is just what is catching my attention now. His policies, apart from the which was what drove us to the consumer credit, apart from the student loan, is elitist. It's elitist, and he needs to look at that. He needs to look at that. He came in and said, "Let the poor breathe," and I think he's choking the poor, or he's not paying attention. He's not necessarily choking them. He's not paying attention to them. He wants to increase reserve. He wants to increase forex. He wants to increase energy, bring investor, let people make money, let people sell land and make big money. But the poor are not. They are not in the bracket. They are trying to capture the poor into the tax bracket, but you are not capturing them into the benefit brackets. That you need to look into. Owoma, let me yield.
Okay, Ratnaman, you're up next. Apologies, guys. I just want to streamline it a little bit.
No, it's okay, woman.
Yeah.
I get it. I totally get it. At least myself, I've been interjecting people too.
Yeah.
You know, so I just had to back off a little bit so that I can allow people flow. So, woman, I know you have a whole lot of topics for today.
Should I rattle you through? So
please,
we're talking about JP Morgan. JP Morgan applied for a commercial banking license in Nigeria, which is a big move. We're talking about the River State Administrator rolling out a budget, which seem out of skew with what his remit is. We're talking about what else are we talking about? We're talking about the tax reform bill is now about to be signed off after the return from Eid. We're talking about the INEC throwing out attempts to recall Senator Natasha Akpoti and all of that. So all those sorts of stuff, or whatever.
So let me just start with that JP Morgan.
We're also talking about the verdict that Bolo got. The
court ruling.
This illiterate governor of Edo State.
Yeah. Anyway, let me quickly talk about JP Morgan. You see, woman, for me, a merchant bank license, that's what I heard they were getting, not a commercial bank license. So it means the sphere of business in Nigeria with a merchant bank license will be limited. They cannot do much like a commercial bank because they're big, they're a giant here. They are behemoths here in America. So why would they want to go to Nigeria and open, start with the merchant bank? Well, I can understand.
Rational mind.
Yeah.
That's where they have competitive advantage, particularly in Africa.
Also, how did they have competitive advantage?
So prior to this time, so JP Morgan has been doing a lot of asset management in Nigeria. And why they are going to Nigeria, a lot of people don't understand. It's just because they want to go into Nigeria to be able to give multinational companies access to loans in dollars. That's the only thing they are going to Nigeria to do.
With the merchant bank license?
Yes.
So how much of the money can they borrow with the merchant bank license? Can they borrow multinational?
Yeah, of course. That's the main motive of expanding. It's not like JP Morgan is not in Nigeria presently. JP Morgan.
I know they have an office there, but it's not.
Yeah. So that's why they're really going. It's not just Nigeria. Last year they were in Côte d'Ivoire. They were in Kenya last year. So they just want to expand it to Nigeria. So what they do in those countries is basically they go in there, access to dollars, right? They make it easier for for multinationals, oil companies, IOCs to have access to dollars and also to be able to do those volume of transactions. So that's why
That's what the point is. I beg, just remind me your name again. I'm sorry, please. Larry, Mr. Larry. I'm sorry, please. No offense. When I get too tired like this, I just go forward. Yeah, I mean, I've been working all day. So anyway, Larry, please. So you see, the point I'm trying to make here is that with a merchant bank license, there's a cap.
It's not a matter. It's not a matter.
It's a merchant bank. That's why I see all on the headlines everywhere. Oh man, they said they are applying for a merchant bank license
they are
from the
applying
CBN.
for a merchant bank license.
That's what I heard. Oh man, yeah, that's what I heard. So with a merchant bank license, their sphere of where they can operate is limited because there's a cap to how much. So you see, with this Tinubu government, don't get me wrong. All these media houses that have been bought. Look at Nairametrics. You will see the news there in Nairametrics and other places. So, but my point is that I'm not saying they're not coming to Nigeria, but you see, when we hear things like this, because these Agbado people, they've been looking for something to to hold on to latch on, to prove their point that Tinubu is working. I don't know what the crap. I mean, these kind of things that and they will blow it out of proportion. For people who have a deep thinking mind, will be able to think through and see through it, because you're coming in at the merchant bank. I want to believe your sphere of operation will be limited, not like I mean, you don't want other commercial banks, like big commercial banks like UBA and Zenith and other big banks to be grumbling that why would you allow these merchant people to come in and then be operating like a commercial bank. I mean, that's except I don't know, maybe they want to bribe Tinubu and his government people to allow them to start operating on a merchant bank license and then acting like a commercial bank, which will be, you see, well, there's no naysay. I mean, anything goes under Tinubu, I know, because he's a corrupt person and all these people, they're all criminals like himself. So I don't expect anything. So you see, when I come here, I speak the way I speak, not because I'm so skeptical about Tinubu, and because all these newspapers that we've been seeing blowing up this trumpet of, JP Morgan is coming, like I see it's one kind of big, well, it's a big bank here in America, in the West, in other Canada and other places. But coming there as a merchant bank and then you're blowing it up like as if they're going to do some big extraordinary thing. Well, we are here. We're going to be here. We'll see what is going to happen. But I just wanted to go on record that I said my own part here today. That with a merchant bank license, there's a limit to what you can do. If they are coming as a commercial bank, which I know it might not be feasible right now.
Merchant bank, is that retail banking or what is that?
Say that again.
What is merchant banking?
Well, merchant banking, it's more like it's a smaller kind of they don't have they are how do I explain that? You go and Google it. Don't hold me down with this. Or simply I just know that they are limited in what they can do. They cannot do what a commercial bank does.
Here we have essentially two types of banking: retail banking or commercial banking.
Mm-hmm.
So which one is it?
Well, I would call them more like a retail. Well, if you want to call them retail, because they cannot
operate. A merchant bank, principally, they don't take deposits. They are about trade.
Okay.
Import, export.
Okay.
Opening of LCs, and as go between manufacturers and buyers internationally. They don't accept direct deposit or small deposits.
Yeah. In the 90s, in the 80s and 90s, we saw a proliferation of merchant banks.
A lot of them. Lots of them.
All of them?
Most of them, at a point there was a policy of universal banking. Okay. Those that managed to survive are transformed through mergers and acquisition into commercial banks, and they started taking both banks like Alpha and even you can see that Monument Bank was Baba Balogun was formerly a merchant bank.
Yeah, FCMB, right?
FCMB was formerly a merchant bank.
Baba,
and
even though me, I'm not really excited
about Chase Banking
because
in
JP Morgan
Nigeria
is coming to take the job of the boys.
I will see. Without merchant bank license, we'll see if they can take that. They can take it. We'll see. Larry.
JP Morgan is
no. What you people don't realize, I talked to Zita the other time. Trump made one formidable policy that has made American manufacturers or business environment not to be competitive outside America. They are not allowed to give bribes or induce people. But now Trump has removed that veil. He said, go there, out there, and compete.
Yeah,
so they are now exploring.
There you go. Yeah. Tinubu and his people will have field day. Yeah. You see? So you see, what we're saying here is, I know for them, I know there are there's a sinister move here for JP Morgan to be coming to Nigeria at this time. When Buhari was there, they did not come. When Buhari was borrowing money from there, they don't come. But now they want to come now. When Nigeria is even in the quagmire of some kind of a mess. I don't know what indices they are looking at.
Larry was there. JP Morgan had better deal.
When under Buhari?
Yes.
Oh well, they borrowed Nigeria money now, and they were very exorbitant.
Foreign reserve was almost handed over to JP Morgan.
Okay.
JP Morgan was the one that was doing all this dollar, where Emefiele will tell you have so amount in foreign reserve when the net was just less than $4 billion.
Because they borrowed, they visit to borrow the money.
Yeah, so JP Morgan was the one that was doing all this shua in dollars, less, kind of like subsidy and stuff like that. So they had better deal. I think what Baba just said, I think the problem, most of all these American companies, they need to go look for somewhere else for business. Well, for me, I'm not really excited with JP Morgan.
Oh, there's something to be excited about.
Let me say this. The Canadian banking, they're like scared in their pants of American banks.
I beg you, don't allow MAGA talk here. You and I will get to that later.
JP Morgan, there are some jobs for the boys.
They don't allow for retail banking in Canada.
Okay.
You know why? Because the Scotia Bank, TD Bank, and all those banks, BMO, they can't compete against American banks. They have no chance. We all know that.
Yeah.
So you know what will happen?
What's the point?
What will happen? You know what will happen with JP
Morgan? My point here is that all the banks. It depends. My point here is that look, they have to be really careful with JP Morgan Chase operating in Nigeria because all your banks, they have zero chance either going to retail. What are they going to be competing against? The one of the world's largest banks? They have no chance. The same reason why they
are coming with the merchant bank license. That's what I'm saying. They said they're coming. They're not coming as a commercial bank that does retail banking, giant, huge kind of banking. So except they want to tweak the whole. They want to change the whole policy.
Don't for yourself. I just told you guys they have no chance.
And as part of information, the beauty of it is, merchant banks don't give out checkbooks. They themselves are customers to commercial banks. So if they have to even give you a check, it has to be maybe check of UBA, for instance.
Baba, if I were Cardoso, right, I know this JP Morgan coming in, a lot of guys are grumbling because at the end of the day, JP Morgan is just coming to collect the job of the boys.
American company.
A lot of our payment solution guys, because there are small things, small things that those guys do. With JP Morgan coming, JP Morgan is coming.
They can do very big transactions.
They are going to be doing those big transactions.
When I was saying that, you guys have to be careful because none of your banking platforms or all the banks combined, they have no chance against JP Morgan.
That's why I'm excited.
So for me,
that's why I'm excited.
What is that?
I like competition.
No.
And I want more American banks to follow suit.
That would not be fair competition. If Canada can allow American banks to operate freely in retail,
and don't forget, Prince Daddy, with JP Morgan here, if you are a customer, you don't need a middleman bank to do your transaction. You don't need an intermediary bank anymore.
How they run economies. You don't run. So you see, the problem I have with us Nigerians, we don't look at things critically. We're always being bamboozled by, it's JP Morgan, it's Goldman Sachs coming in. If I were Cardoso needs to sit down. You need to look at the implication of some of all those things. Because at the end of the day, JP Morgan, they have the base, they have everything, they are coming in, and at the end, they will still A lot of things are happening in Nigeria. A lot of payment solutions. We are just growing. But at the end of the day,
all right, Larry, my Benijo, they can move on because Emily. So, woman, I want to talk about the tariff, about this, what do they call them? This tariff that Donald Trump has slammed every country on the earth today. Nigeria, according to Sahara reporters, it was 14% tariff they slam on Nigeria. And you wonder what your president is doing. France. I mean, like as if like France is where the solution is. I mean, his policymakers are not sitting down discussing what is the reciprocity we can slam on them when other countries are slamming America. And you look at the trade deficit.
What?
Hold on.
Behind.
America is exporting. Well, I mean, in naira, not in dollars. I mean, what's naira? That worthless piece of crap. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to. When I say worthless, under Tinubu, it has become a worthless piece of crap. 1.05 trillion naira worth of imports from United States, and we are exporting 900 and so not even up to 1 trillion. So there's a gap of about 100 billion something dollars naira in naira, and then Islam was 14. On top of that, Islam was 14% tariff. I mean, like who is that? Who's losing here? We are the one losing. The imports from America to the United States.
Okay. I think you read something earlier. Hold on, Rashomon. You read something earlier. No, usually when you give your news or your information, it's always half baked. So
okay, where did you get yours?
Tell us what you didn't tell us what the previous tariff schedule was. You just telling us 14%.
Yeah, we slammed it to 26. All import from America is 26. Is it 26 or 20 something percent? Let me see online. I'll have to go online again and see what it is. 20 something percent. I think 27%. We slam on any import from America. That's the tariff Nigeria. And then I think their own is about, I don't know what's their own. I can't even see.
Oh, so you're actually charging America a higher tariff, and so what's the complaint against?
Okay, why? Okay, you see, this you're not getting the point. Why is
what
this
is the
trade
point?
war?
Tell me, please.
Hold on. Why is this trade war? Isn't that because America is deficit? Okay, look, I'll give you an example. Vietnam. Vietnam is exporting. I mean, it's getting about $100 and something billion worth of trade from United States, and United States is getting about 20 something billion dollars that they're exporting to. I mean, when I get too tired like this. Now, let me say it very well. They are exporting. Vietnam is exporting over $100 billion worth of goods to America, and that's what they're injecting into their economy, because when they sell, they get the money back. America is exporting to Vietnam about $20 billion worth of. I mean, you can't expect Vietnamese to be able to afford what's it called, kind of luxury that we have here in America, because what's their per income? I mean, income per head is about $700 worth of. I mean, that's an annual income per person in Vietnam, so they cannot afford it. But now look at it. If Trump tariffed them, I can understand that one. But look at our own deficit. There's a huge gap. They are exporting over $1 trillion naira worth of goods into Nigeria, and we are exporting on that, and our only just mainly crude. So that's a deficit. So Tinubu should have sat down and addressed that matter before going to France. And they're not talking anything about it. Why will he doesn't even have mouth to even talk anything?
So what do you want?
So the point is this. My point is
it's not only him. Both him and his vice president will not get representative for Nigeria today.
They don't travel, both of them.
Rational mind. What is the recommendation? What are you suggesting?
Yeah, you say what? Go and check Star Reporters.
What is the recommendation, or what are you suggesting for the tariffs?
You see, this guy is not there. Like somebody was saying a while ago, was it Pato? It's an elitist guy. They're all just there for themselves. They're not there for you and I. I mean, we who are just the masses, our poor people back home. All their policies is not just to champion the welfare, the well-being of the ordinary Nigerians who are just struggling to survive. 70,000 naira or 75,000 naira salary every year. I mean, every day, every month. For what? What can you buy with that? Under you want to rent one room in Lagos. One room in Lagos for a year.
Okay, hold on a second. Holistically, let me tell you.
They're
hold
not
on.
addressing the
See,
issues.
the fact that it appears that we have a trade deficit with America is because you have nothing to offer, just like you said yourself.
So why
we're
is he
doing you a favor.
let me correct an
We are
impression.
doing you a favor. Okay,
Prince Daddy.
Well, yeah,
Prince Daddy, the 70,000 is minimum wage net. Every worker is entitled to housing allowance and transport allowance.
How many companies are paying that, sir?
All companies are
No,
paying
not all companies. No all
housing
companies.
and this thing, except those house boy
You're
or
talking
house
about
girl,
maybe civil
or you
service.
want
You're
to
talking about
cheat your driver. Èmi ò fi lélẹ̀ o, mo nígbà kankan. Mo fi lélẹ̀ nígbà kankan.
Baba, let me answer him. He's talking about housing allowance and all that. Just check your military. Apart from their salary, their food allowance is 1,500. It's just recently they increase it. Food allowance every day is 1,500.
So the total package,
tell me,
how much is it? How much
But they've increased it, haven't they increased it?
They increase it to, they just increase it to 1,500. Food allowance, a military officer.
So how much should they? No, listen, when they say they pay, that is for people who are on the field. That is for people who are on the field. That is what they owe them. That is the money for their ration every day. How much do they give prisoners? Prisoners don't even get up.
Baba, how much do I eat a day? To eat normal food a day in Nigeria? It's not
My
less
friend,
than 2,500.
you are not a worker, you're a businessman. That's why you
what
eat
are you telling me? They're supposed to be
That's
getting
why
better.
that's
That's what
why
I'm
you
saying.
eat a
A military man
That's why
supposed
you
to be
don't want
getting
to
better in
convert.
Nigeria.
That is why you don't want
What
to
are you
convert to gas. You want to use petrol. So that is your problem as a businessman. But for the average man who is in the system, you have to follow what is obtainable. People use 14,000 gas now for their car for a whole month. People that have been using 58, 60,000 to buy fuel. So you have to
I was going
leave.
to say this quickly. The way Alaba market is to Nigeria, so is Canada is America's Alaba market.
It's okay. You are coming here with this your MAGA something. Me and you, I'm here for you today. Me and you. I mean, we are still here. I want to really talk to you today on this your crap of a president that you have in overall. Yeah. So let me quickly just rush through all this topic. I mean, I'm not going to talk all the topics, but there are certain topics I want to talk about as we're going on. I can't even remember them. Now, talking about this credit system, you see, again, when you have non-entities as leaders at the helms of affairs, this same guy who calls himself master strategist, who said he built Lagos. Look at the crap of the Lagos that you people say he built. We saw a video yesterday of people stuck in traffic all over major roads in Lagos. I mean, because of one thing that happened in one of it, the whole place just got blocked. I mean, and you start wondering, what is that Lagos that you people are talking
It's not one thing that happened, though. They are rebuilding, they're working on Independence Bridge or something.
Yeah, we're repairing it. There will always be one kind of flimsy excuses because we trust them now. They will give you excuse for whatever crap they were not doing right. But one man, the thing is this, is that the point I'm just trying to make here is this: when you have people,
the traffic in California is unimaginable.
Yeah,
what about that?
we go again with our whataboutism again. We have to do this whataboutism because if you want to compare Seattle or you want to compare what's it called, LA traffic, and then you must compare it. It's the way LA road is. That's not Nigerian road. You see, we do like to do this whataboutism. Let me just go through. You people can come later after I'm done. My point is this: is that I'm talking about the credit system. When you have people who just want to do things for the sake of doing it so that they can appear like, oh, we are doing something. I gave you an example of that, their stupid student loan. In, was it last year, Tinubu said they disbursed how much? Over 600 billion naira. Well, how much was that amount? Is it? I said that news to you, woman. I have to open those news and see them again. And then barely 5 months later, we are seeing different figures. I sent you the different videos. You can Google it yourself. There are all kinds of different figures of how much they've doled out. Tinubu gave one figure. After several months, after like 6, 7 months after, so somebody's giving other figures. So you get the question, what are these people? I mean, all this their propaganda and all this their lies and everything they do every time. Is this what we are going to hold on to as a fact? What can we hold on to now? And you wonder when people like me come here and speak with skepticism the way I speak. I come here, I speak, and I doubt this guy, I doubt his government, I doubt everything they do. And you want to call me like, oh, this guy hates Tinubu. No, it's because we see all these contradictory statements from everybody from one of them in this government. You are doing a credit system. You don't even have a clear-cut credit system. Like you are trying to compare it to America here. America, I think they have about 3 different credit systems. You have a credit card, you have line of credit, and there's another third one. And these ones, if you have a credit card, you can build you can build a credit history that way. I know we talked about this a few weeks ago, like a month ago here, that maybe that's what they're trying to do. But when you're having a credit system, like you're saying, people have borrowed money here. I mean, I borrowed money in Nigeria. You have to put down payments. They put in the down payments. You want to buy a phone, you have to put 30%. I mean, what kind of credit system is that? This Shylock kind of a credit system whereby they take a pound of flesh from you. How can people build people that are even still wanting to? Here, I can get my bank and give me a line of credit. Okay,
they will not even give you rational mind. The remaining one, it's not up to a year and 6 months. They cannot give you more than a year and 6 months to pay it.
So you see, we need a clear-cut policy on credit system that we want to run in Nigeria. But these guys, they just rush things through. They don't think it through as to having a clear-cut. Okay, this is a different 3 types of credit system, and every bank, every lending institution in Nigeria should adhere to this, should follow this policy, and make sure you enforce it. But no, they just want to create some kind of boss things around it, like, oh, they do something so great. And when you look through it, you just see so many flaws, so many corruption, and so many things around it. I gave an example. So many figures of how many students they've given that loan to. This one will give one figure, another one will give another figure. Tinubu gave his own figure the other day, over 7 months ago, and now we're seeing another figure. And when you go online, AI will tell you, say it's about 23,000, 26,000, I mean 20,000 students so far they've given that student loan. And you wonder. So, one man, you see, with this government in place, I don't have any hope. And when I come here, I speak the way I speak. Like, I don't speak with peace with them. I can never be at peace with them because I've seen Tinubu and his people. They're just all these minions like them, like him. They just want to throw out narratives out there, and Nigerians will run with it without even doing our own fact checking very well. Woman, maybe at this point, I think maybe I just have to leave it here. The other things I want to say maybe later. I want to tackle this guy. What's his name? This is our friend here from I don't know, maybe from Oregon. What's his name?
Pimp Daddy.
Prince Daddy, Pimp Daddy. Him and is the idiot, the maniac in Oval Office that they put there to come and cause the whole. I mean, look at the whole stock is just tumbling. Every major stocks across the world is just tumbling. Look at the Nikkei. Is it Nikkei? The Japanese stock just tumbled. The Asian stocks all across the world just tumbled because of this idiot in the Oval Office. So my point is this: is that when these people like AI and Madam AI and this guy, I mean people, I'm not calling anybody idiot now. I'm saying when people like AI and what's it called, Madam AI and this guy, what's his name, Prince Daddy, they come here and they champion this guy in Oval Office. Even the Republicans are turning against him now. They are regretting for ever bringing this guy into office. Look at what this guy is causing across the world. Look at the European stocks. They all tumbling. The US stocks is tumbling. If you have money, go and buy more now. Go and buy. I'm just giving some of you a heads up. If you have money that you don't need right now, you just go and buy enough stock. But all the stock, I mean, Tesla stumbled too. I mean, has crashed. Go and buy more Tesla stocks. I mean, that could be a good investment for you, but you have to watch out very well. Because, even despite all these things, I think Tesla released their quarterly whatever today. I think I saw it. They said they made good sales. I don't know how that true is. So, well, man, it's just for me. I curse these people that put this guy in that Oval Office. But it's just insane that we have to deal with this kind of a president, calling himself a president, and he just causing problem everywhere across the world. Huh? It's just insane. Oh my goodness. Some people will come here and just come and be championing this guy. Even his own party, they are some of the people that vote for him in the most MAGA state now, they're all regretting it. They've cut Social Security on many of them. If you go to some of these are town halls, they stone them. They yell at them.
AI, just leave her, Abeg.
They yell at them. They yell at all their House of Rep members, people representing them in Washington, telling them that what is Elon Musk doing with this guy in the Oval Office? Just gutting everybody's pay. Social Security now, people are not getting their Social Security like they used to. All thanks to Elon Musk and Trump. I leave it at that, woman.
Okay, one man. One man, can I speak?
I'm here, but are you able to yield to Ekene, or you want to go before him?
Okay, can I speak? Ekene is in Nigeria.
Yeah, because it's in Nigeria and it's been in the so Ekene, yes, but of course Nigeria matters still. We're talking about River State. We're talking about JP Morgan. We're talking about Natasha INEC throwing out that recall something or the other, and then we're talking about the tax bill, which is about to get its final interrogation by the Senate and then to be approved. So all those or anything else that interests you?
One man, all those things don't interest me because after all, I know where they are heading to. Talking about River State, the Wiki has made his point clear.
And you should the first thing you should have started with was to apologize for giving us fake prices and fake data.
No, he didn't give fake prices now.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I cannot apologize for anything because even the guy giving you, how apologize for what? I didn't give you any fake data. I cannot give you any fake data. You understand? So, but the point is that Wike has made his point clear. As a PDP, his agenda is to make sure that he wins River State and which other state? Abuja for APC in 2027. He made it very clear. So, what am I going to defend again there? It's quite clear. So let them do what they're doing. So let's see how. And he said nobody is going to stop him. So why am I bothered? Bothered is that things are not getting well in our country. Even if they are, even if they want to, every part of this country, at least give us a good governance. At least that would have been better. So, and the guy telling you he bought this, he did this, he's just doing that to maybe your platform. Because I don't know what you are celebrating. That you came to power and increase everything to almost quadruple. You quadruple everything. The cost of everything, you quadruple it. Then at the end of the day, you're able to reduce 10% or 20% out of what you quadruple. And you want me to celebrate with you? How? I'm not even in all sector. You understand? You see, the petrol that everybody is hoping that maybe one day it will come down to 500 naira or 400 naira. It's even going back to where you have raising it up to today. I don't even know their reasons. The war between NNPC. Maybe now he has removed that America, right? Let us know. But as of today, I know that NNPC also increased their price. Even as of today. So, but we are still waiting to see the impact of the new appointed NNPC chairman. You understand? But a few days ago, we are still, there is a little hope that this thing is going to maybe one day we get it back to 500 naira or 400 or even 600. But you know, the cabals, their interest is still there. Even Tinubu himself has his own interest in that oil sector. So what do you want me to say? So they are all fighting for their own pocket. You understand? So you took rice from 37,000 naira or 35,000 naira to 110,000 naira. Now you reduce it to 85,000 naira because the one I'm buying is 85,000 and I still maintain on it. The guy may be buying stone. You cannot expect me to be eating stone rice to impress APC. I must maintain my standard no matter what.
Okay, hold on. I sent one man a link to Gigi. Gigi is one of those just like how do we call it? like Amazon, where you can buy, like Craigslist, where you can buy stuff online. So you will see all kinds of different states where you can buy rice. I send it to you one man. I don't know why you have not displayed that. They will give you. In fact, all the ones
do you know the funniest thing? Just as quickly as you sent that list, and that same list came in from another person from Kulata. Do you want to see the two lists? They're both on my screen.
Okay. So I cannot see it. You cannot see it, one man. Okay,
no, I'm bringing it up now. So this is what I think you sent it in to show that yes, this is what you sent in. Still from the same GG. So your price on GG is 107, 110, 132 in some instances. And here is Kulata's list on GG. The same platform still, and his list is 60,000, 72,000, 10,000 in some instances, 70,000, 77,000. So I don't know what funky math you're both playing, but there it is.
Yeah, so you see,
any dates on them?
I think it's the bad. I think it's the bad side, really. I'm not sure if it gives us dates.
It's like a marketplace where you can buy stuff online.
And the rational man, if you compare that guy rice, it's not even up to 50 kg to compare what you are seeing here. That guy rice, I say he bought 60,000 naira. It's not even up to 50 kg bag of rice.
Maybe he bought it 60.
Well, maybe that's not even my problem. But my point is that to prove one man that Tinubu is doing better, I'm not going to reduce the type of rice I'm eating. What I eat is short grain and it's a very nice rice. This one cannot even rise. That guy own. If you put it a cup, it still remain the same size in that pot.
APC wants you. Hold on. APC.
They want me to be eating stone and stand to please their government. I will not do that.
Must you eat right? Must you eat Uncle Ben's? Must you eat Uncle Ben's? Go and eat. Go and eat.
Yeah, must you eat good rice? Must it be? The rice is rice. Just the way Baba used to say, rice is rice. Eat it. The most important thing is to fill your belly.
You cannot buy a Ferrari and then say that cars are expensive. If you buy Ferrari,
the issue is that the rice is not rice.
Rice is not rice. You know, wonder why I call them Oloy Bruku Party, Akoshi Beru Party. Those people, they are just.
There was a time they say, what do you need 24 hours electricity for? That if they give you electricity for 24 hours, can you afford it? That is what they used to say. If they give you 24 hours electricity, can you afford it? And I called my brother that is living in Mozambique. I asked him. He said that there is a meat that he has in his fridge for the past 3 years, and that meat is still there. That one day he will bring it out and cook. I said, wow, 3 years? He said, yes, 3 years. He never come out. He still did that fridge and he never spoil. I now ask him, but this light people used to have steady like that. How much? He said, if you calculate it in Nigeria, it's not more than 30,000 a month. If you calculate what he's spending every month in electricity, it's not more than 30,000 naira. But just this ban A they give Nigerians, just this ban A, that Tinubu promised us that is going to give us free electricity. You are not going to pay for estimated bill and all that. What is that? If I did not do it, vote me out. He promised that you are not going to even pay for. This one is his own campaign promise. So, but now they don't want us to rely on his promise. They now want to rely that we are not going to, that if they give us 24 hours electricity, we cannot pay for it. Nigeria is in total blackout. Let me say my area, Ojo, is in total blackout for the past 3 days. I'm saying blackout, no beam light for the past 3 days. And this thing is, since they came into power, electricity has been deteriorating every day by day. Every day by day. And I begin to wonder, what is the problem?
Be careful, Ken. I don't want to get another text tomorrow from somebody else.
You can get whatever you want to get. What I'm saying is where I am staying. That's why I said I don't want to say
Oh, what you
I don't want to say.
you're saying in Alaba area.
Yeah. So,
All right.
but
Can somebody in Alaba
even
send me
whatever it is, at least here you cannot stay 3 days without seeing any light. At least for some hours. I begin to wonder. But thank God, even CBN has confirmed me that your electricity has reduced to about 1.64% or so for the past few months. But you will not agree to that, do you not? And your Minister of Electricity also agreed to go to Egypt. The same way Obi went there to go and learn how to do electricity in Nigeria. You understand? They now agreed to do that.
Hold on. When I saw that in the news, I was like, what the heck? I mean, like, how are these people?
No, what I ask myself is, where is the Siemens deal? All those deals, they happen both under Buhari and other they have been campaigning with. What happens to
These
it?
were the same people during the campaign that were saying that why would Obi go and learn from Egypt? You see, these people, they're just a bunch of hypocrites. Everything, most things that Obi said during that election, a lot of it they are implementing it secretly. A lot of it.
But they can. The issue is that they cannot. But they you know, when they say, when I saw that news, Minister, I want to I want to go to Egypt. Let us go and know how they did electricity in Egypt. This and that. Instead of you to, you see, APC. I don't know what to say. The only thing, the reason why let me finish one man. Let me finish. The reason why you see my phone on 24 hours is that I have to go to the market, buy a good power bank, a good one. That every time that, because my shop, I cannot run out of electricity. I use my generator is on 24 hours. So I go there, I charge all my power bank and everything. So when I get home, even if you give me light, as far as that my phone is on, I'm okay. You understand? So everything that we are not supposed to be, you come to Nigerian market, you see solar fan, you see solar bulb, everything. Everything. What? We have solar fan now. Yes, now solar fan. And it's moving market like Akara. It's moving market like Akara. 65,000 naira, something that is do not even last.
How does it look like the solar fan? How does it look like?
It's standing fan now. And this one, they just designed it. This fan, I'm telling you, they just designed it last year. Last year, they just designed it last year. They're importing it like tomorrow, no day.
So what do they use in charging it?
The panel now. It has panel. It has more panel.
What charges the panel?
It's the sunlight now. Sun.
You put it in the sun.
Yes, once you put it in the sun, you charge it. The thing will not even blow up to. The thing will not even blow up to 5 hours.
Oh my goodness! They don't turn Nigerians to
kill me.
They don't turn Nigerians to all kind of people.
But even before that, along West Africa, they have a recharge phone. I mean, a fan. You charge and they use it again. The battery inside. So these are devices of a evolving country. It's not an automatic thing. If we have to catch up with what is happening, we have to pay the price.
Oh, but this is not what Tinubu said during the election. Now. This is not what he said. Now. I remember somebody now.
Not when I put Buhari put here.
So what you're saying is that it has a panel.
Yes, more panel.
And then what charges the panel? They put it out in the sun.
Yes.
And then drop it in the sun. And when the sun charges it, they come back and plug it in the in the fan.
In the fan. Yeah, it will not be it will not be power in the fan.
How long does it last? If you can't enter the house at night, how long does it last if no light?
Solar, that one not.
How long it will last? For how many hours?
That's solar generator.
Yeah, solar fan.
It might be 4 hours or so. You just use it for the night, maybe like 4 hours before night.
No, that would do us for that country. That would do Nigerians. That would turn us to this kind of people.
So this is not new. This is not new. In the even the 90s, we are educating people here. Even in the 90s, when we used to have this candlelight current, when your current will just drop, that was when LG and Samsung and which other one again, they came up with the television that will use even the smallest of currents that will work. Am I lying?
Papa, the point, I'm not saying that is, but at least it is in a bare minimum. But the point I'm trying to make is this. Like country, when I was trying to compare like small countries like Mozambique to our country that has the capacity to be more than that country, I began to shed tears because when when my brother came, he said, "What is all this? Come on, Mozambique, you cannot even see anything power bank. What do you use? You carry one big something and the thing they heavy, you go carry it for hand, carry your phone, they waka. They just give Nigeria.
They fight war. You know, say Mozambique they war.
They just carry assignments, give Nigeria and say you must they suffer everywhere where they go. You go just carry power bank of 30,000 watts, carry it for hand, they plug your phone. Your phone go there light, you go carry
man of prestige. I know where they come from. Where rain started beating us from, I know man of prestige. So that is why when I walk, I look back.
Your ministers of electricity also carry his own power bank. When your minister is carrying his own power bank, then the people
photo him and show us where the minister carries power bank. Don't give us lamba. Make I borrow your word. Don't give us lamba here. Shoot him for picture. Show us.
I don't go wait. Make I ask question.
Okay, ask question.
The solar fan. So they buy the solar fan. They didn't tell them how many hours the fan is gonna last if the panel is fully charged.
I said 4 to as high as 4 hours.
So why would you buy a fan that will last for 4 hours? What's the meaning of that?
You desperately need it now. If you on it like now,
is it that same fan uses electricity? That same fan uses electricity. So the solar is just an interim thing in between when you don't have lights. When the light comes, electricity works that same fan. Am I lying?
You can charge it with electricity also. But when there is no electricity at all,
you understand your statement. We know what's in the happen for Nigeria.
No electricity at all,
morning.
you can charge it with electricity. You can charge it with generator.
How much is solar panel in Nigeria?
Depends on the watts you want to buy. Like 195 watts goes for like 35,000 naira. Then if you want to go for higher ones, like 500 watts.
Not be that kind of panel. I'm talking about the panel that you have to change your whole roof. You have to put on your whole roof, cover your whole roof.
That means solar system now to cover your house with solar distance now.
Yeah. How much does it cost in Nigeria?
It depends now. It depends on what you want to use. But for you to get a normal solar panel for like say a room and parlor, self-contained, you will just have to budget like let's say 2 million naira. That will just power you, maybe your television, your fan, your just normal gadget and charge your phone and all that, and just make sure that you have light in your apartment. Maybe.
One man, are you there? One man, this is business for you and I. Let's go China, go and order this and that's important to Nigeria, so I can send to Nigerians. That's a big business. That's a good business. So import.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around how it works because a fan is an indoor appliance. And solar is an outdoor energy source. So
when sun came out,
one man, you don't need one man. You don't know more. I will just send you. I will just send you the I will just send you the video in your WhatsApp. I will just send it to you if you need it. The solar generator also, I will send you the video also because the current one now is solar generator. Depending on the watts, just buy it. Yes, we have solar generator. As in those kind of nonsense things you will not hear in any other country. You just begin to hear it in Nigeria. Solar generator, solar bulb.
What do us for that country like?
Just to make sure we survive. Like, just to make sure, and the other countries are taking advantage of us.
Exactly. That's what it is happening.
Something they will not use in their
Do
country.
you want me to send you a photograph of a president with power bank, carrying power bank, president of a country? Not Nigeria,
to justify
a country.
the reason why we do not have electricity. For you to justify the reason why we do not have electricity.
No, I'm telling you, because when you guys talk something here, it's like Nigeria is the worst country in the world.
Baba will go and look for anything just to defend his APC.
No. You don't put this country is far better than many countries.
Baba, let me tell you, Baba, let me tell you, if you see my condition now, you will pity for me. My food just finished. If you see my condition, the kind of heat where they come out for my body
You
now,
in the shop Aroso, right? That's why you fortify yourself with nutrition now. Aroso nutrition.
Baba, the heat too much. You just need to, even if not for anything, just pity me. We'll be your member for this platform and beg Tinubu to do better. I beg. You understand? At least
It go cool down for France. When he come back, we'll go beg him. Yeah, now.
Yes, well, I see that.
Ekene.
Yes, ma'am.
I like the last statement you made. Tinubu should do better. Nigeria as a country, I've said this and I've asked this question severally on this platform. Since I was born and now I am getting old, Nigeria has never had power. I've asked people, can you tell me when in Nigeria for one whole week, the whole Nigeria, at least where there is electricity, have constant power supply? Never. For some reasons, I don't know. Government come, government go. And the annoying part of it is that they campaign with it. So you are right, Tinubu should do better. That doesn't mean that this problem wasn't existing before he came. Continue.
No, I never said that. I never said that. The problem is that when anybody comes and campaign, it's just the way he campaigned about electricity, because the video is everywhere there when he said that.
Sorry to interject, because the other I listened to you. You said that a bag of rice in Lagos will purchase for 85,000.
Remy, I know they talk about bag of rice again. I don't finish that one.
No. I just want to correct an impression. If you need 500 bags, I can sell it for you for 72,000 naira. The one you are talking about. If you need 1,000 bags,
500 bags for waiting.
72,000.
You want to party with 500 bags?
No. I'm not talking to you.
No, you're not talking to me. You're talking to me.
And then you also talk about. Listen.
Don't give me that. You're not talking to me.
Please.
Just imagine.
I will talk about.
If they want to do that,
let me continue. I will quickly.
500 bags. Can you, Remy? Can you buy that 500 bags?
So sorry, guys. The only thing I'll ask is that we have one voice. We've been having too many.
Yes, so that's why I don't want him to. I can hear you talk about the solar panel something. If you need a solar panel that will power your 2 air conditioner, your deep freezer, all your light and all your security light around your house, I can get it for you for 2 million naira, and it works 24 hours in Nigeria.
I've already given them the quotation. Yeah, you don't even need to give me that. May I have it? I have it also.
The quotation you gave them.
No, the point is
listen. The quotation you gave them is was on
because let me tell you, it's not panel alone that you need, though.
I know.
Both the battery now.
When you give them quotation,
some people are doing package.
Both the inverter, both the controller, both the everything.
Guys, we can't have 3 voices now. Correct.
Both everything that you need to power your house for 24 hours. Contact me. I will get it for you 2 million naira. And you have your 24-hour supply every night.
Are you advertising what you can do?
I'm not advertising. I'm telling you what is.
No, you cannot. The issue is that he cannot advertise that to. He cannot advertise that to me because I'm also. I can even get it. I can even get it more than him. So I'm in the market. So that one is not my problem. You understand? But the point I'm trying to make is that all these things that is not happening in other countries is happening in our own country, and you see, these businesses are the one flourishing now in Nigeria. This solar business, because of lack of the way we lack electricity in this country. So anything you call it remains solar phone. Very soon now, solar phone will go import, and I think the China market may be designing that for now, because they only think of how to rip up Nigerian, because they know that our systems are very weak. So what they think is how to do things that will make Nigeria forget their sorrows, because once you're able to afford that solar panel now, you no longer talk about electricity. The Nigerian government will be eating up everything about electricity.
Let me just say this. I have to bounce. You see, when people like our friend Simba, what's his name? This guy from Finland. You people are over there. How many of those solar things did you see that people use the way they use it?
I think
that's what I use here. Can let me just land? You can talk after I'm done, please.
Okay.
And then you come here and you want to promote some. I mean, it's just like our people back home. Are they not supposed to also enjoy life like all of us are enjoying life? But we'll come here make flimsy excuses for the ineptitude of APC and Tinubu and all this crap. And then we want to look for excuses just to justify whatever they did.
Let me say this before you go.
Please now. Hold on, everybody. Let's have one voice at a time. If you are interjecting, hold on. If you are interjecting, if the person is giving you the space, then it gives. If it doesn't give you, just let him. We are having too many voices at the same time. Carry on.
Okay, Rational Mike. I have not even said anything this morning. Why are you mentioning my name and say this?
Because I know where you stand. I know where you stand.
You don't know where I stand.
Maybe Simba might be different tonight.
Let me see what I want.
Okay. Sorry, Rational Mind.
Let me finish.
Just listen to this. Just 1 second, and then you continue. The person that is going to give you that solar panel and everything is Nigerian corporate. It's not imported from China. The rice you are talking about is easy to get now for even less than 72,000 now. So what are we talking about? If you want to come here and castigate the ruling party, I don't care, because Nigerian problem does not start today. And when you talk about we're enjoying electricity in abroad, remember that the price we also pay for electricity in abroad compared to your income, it depends on what kind of work you are doing. It's not cheap. Here we are paying 2 electricity types. We pay for both consumption and we also pay for both and generation. So we pay both. So electricity is not cheap.
What about? Don't take me on this. What about?
No, I'm not talking about what about.
No, that is their. The problem is this is their defense of not giving us electricity. Can we pay for it? But you can. But you forget. Let me finish. You forget that the president you campaign for. Go and listen to it. Go. Remy, this is my space. Let me finish. You forget that the president you campaign for, go and listen to his video when he was campaigning for electricity. He said he will give you 24 hours electricity, and you are not going to pay for estimated bill. Am I the one that said it? And if it didn't happen, don't vote me again. So what are you now more than Tinubu that gave the promise?
Do you want me to give you a response, or you want to continue?
What are you respond? Let me see what you want to respond to.
To me, that is campaign promises. And when you campaign, you cannot. I'm not here to defend anybody. If you campaign, it does not. It's not sure whether you are going to give them all the 100% campaign you promised them that you are going to do it. But from what he has said, he has made sure that some of his campaign have come to reality. So you cannot come here and say, okay, because this one does not come to reality, that everything that he has done is not good. That is not good.
And one man who is doing all his campaigns, you people call him idiot.
So what are we talking here? And even your principal that you supported, what are his achievements when he was in Anambra State? Did he give you?
No, that's not the issue, Remy. When it comes to 2027, he said, vote me out.
You are diverting to another.
Go and arm yourself and vote him out in 2027.
You are diverting the topic. if you know that is what you people say. If you don't know what to say again.
Let me see what I want to say now. You know, I think we all know how politicians campaign in Nigeria, and we know that even right from time immemorial, everybody the same thing that have been suffering for decades is the same thing that every one of them have been repeating. We're supposed to ask ourselves questions, because you cannot continue the way we continue. Okay, when it is my own people, my own person, the same Jonathan that you supported, that you always come here and say campaign with the same thing, he did not achieve anything with it. So now the question is, why successive government? Why are we having problem in Nigeria? Nobody can come here and tell me that okay, all the problem that we have in Nigeria is APC that caused it, unless we are just being playing with ourselves. So
we are just saying that we are just saying that it's getting worse under APC. We are not saying that APC
let me
caused
tell
all of
you,
them.
it has been getting worse even with any party. Don't let us. There is a lie.
This kind of reasoning is just so it baffles me sometimes.
It's not. See, the question we're supposed to ask is successive. What is the
Okay.
What is your point now?
Okay, Simba, is that what you want to say? Simba, is that what you want to say?
No. Okay. Wait. Let me hear. This one that is shouting. Oh yeah, tell me what do you want to say?
You mean me? Are you talking to me?
Yes.
You see, people arguing with people like you sometimes. It's just
the same insult. Go ahead,
it's exasperating.
Now.
Hold on now.
The problem is that if you don't agree that the situation is deteriorating more than what, it's just like this electricity I'm telling you
Let me
about.
tell you, it depends when
Simba, let me respond to you.
It depends on when you became politically conscious. That is when.
No, it's not when I became politically conscious. Even under good luck, it's just like say, let me finish. Even if I became no, I have to respond to you. Even if you say when I became politically conscious under good luck, Jonathan, I think a little bit under Obasanjo, I think I'm politically conscious. So starting from what I experienced there in their government, I still know that. What are you trying to tell me? Justify? Are you trying to justify 70,000 naira of 19,000 naira? Good luck, Jonathan. Are you trying to justify it? Don't you know that 19,500 naira then is better than 70,000 naira today? What are you trying to justify? Are you trying to tell me?
Let me ask you.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. I want to respond to you so that you tell me what you want to justify. Are you justifying the 70,000 naira minimum? Justify it now. Let me just and let you know that 19 of Jonathan is 70,000 naira minimum wage today. Don't you know that?
Have you finished?
You are more educated. Am I supposed to remember that to you?
No. Let me.
What are you trying to justify? Are you justifying?
Wait now,
are you justifying the purchasing power of the people?
Let me tell you. This same country that you are talking about, 19,000 naira during Jonathan, I can tell you that there was a time we are buying that bag of rice that you are talking about, you understand, for maybe probably even 500 naira.
Okay, to me, your network is breaking.
If we are telling you that things,
your network is breaking, I didn't get you at all.
What I'm saying that bag of rice that you are referring to, or 19,000 that you are referring to, in that same country, that rice, there was a time it was sold for 500 naira. So if you take,
have you justified finish? The most important thing, please, the most important thing in a system, and I say it time without number, that in a system, the most important thing is the value and the quality of your money, what you can get with it. You understand? If you devalue the currency and the people are not meeting up with their expenses or with their with what you have devalued, then you have killed the economy. So let me finish. If
No. Okay, please just stop. Can I land? Then we go to Larry, and then let's have a structure.
Let me finish. So the point I'm trying to make is this: when you devalue, the problem is not the value of the naira or the exchange rate today. The problem is that with what Nigerians are getting, it's not matching up with their expectations. So if I want to tell you what is happening in Nigeria today, what you have to do is just to go to every betting shop today. That is where our youth are finding their hope. All the betting shop in Nigeria. In fact, they're looking for the next betting platform that will favor them more than the Bet Nigeria or Sporty Bet or Bet King. And all these our big footballers that have retired, they don't have any other thing to invest. So they're making use of that opportunity. So Nigeria youth having lost hope that job will not come after education. What they do is to looking for any sure bet, any sure odds that will maybe catapult them to riches. Another thing. Apart from that, there is no hope of building from little or building from scratch to something. In Nigeria of today, it's very difficult. So if you want to see your youth, that you promise better future, that you promise good education, that you promise job, where you will get them doing their job is in the betting shop. Come down to Nigeria. I will take you to all the betting shop in Nigeria today. If you don't see hundreds of your youth, even family married men, even women, married women, they're there. If you don't see them there, call me a bastard. One day I'll go there and video it for you.
Can I just chip in 1 minute, please?
All these things
can I
are
chip
because
in?
of lack of hope.
You interject other people. Let me interject you. You say all these things as if they are new phenomenon. In 1995 to 1997, before I abandoned it, I owned President Fixed Odds. When during the time of Raji Rasaki, he gave me the license.
They play pool down in the 70s. They are playing pool.
Yes, through Chief Ayoku from Olodia Papa. Listen,
The problem is that people are
you interject people. Let me finish. Let me finish. If not, I will not allow you to interject me. From Olodia Papa to Ota, I have 31 shops. This is mid-90s, and people were gambling seriously. So don't bring this as if it's a new phenomenon. We didn't arrive at this station overnight.
Let me just add this. It's not even peculiar to Nigeria. If you come here on any high street, there are betting shops everywhere, all manners of people there spilling onto the streets, constituting a nuisance. It's not anything unique or peculiar about it.
Okay. If you have justified, okay, let's continue with that. The problem is that
you are wrong. That's the point. You are wrong, Gary.
How is he wrong? Sorry. What are you talking about? He's wrong. How is he wrong?
Hold on, I want to say this to Rational Mind and Kenya. You can't keep saying you want to paint the Nigerian narrative as if something going on in Nigeria is unique and peculiar to Nigeria in isolation. And all of these things, you hold on, you say things are ratcheting up in prices, and people tell you that things are ratcheting up in prices globally. You say, is what about is in? You say that there's traffic queue at Satire call to California. You say it's what about is in? You say there's betting everywhere. There's betting here all over the place, almost to the point of it being a problem. There's nothing going on in Nigeria that is unique or peculiar to the country.
Okay. The problem is that the problem is that somebody like me,
one day,
I will not be talking about
you monopolize.
Hold on.
You monopolize. You will not allow any other person to talk. What is your issue?
Maybe one day when you come to America, go to Vegas, you will wait for humanity. People bet. I mean, the whole city that's what it's for. Betting your life. So it's nothing new. People lose their livelihood going to Vegas selling. It's nothing new.
Okay, let me just conclude. Let me just conclude with it. Let me just conclude.
Hold on. You see, when we come here, we do what we do. Now, of course, people bet everywhere across the world. But do you understand what this guy is telling you? Able-bodied men and women that should be working. You said what?
Married men, they don't have business again. They just live there.
There is no hope.
People live in Vegas. What are you talking about?
Can I make a point? What are you talking about? Can I please make this point, please? What we are saying here, we're not saying that. I mean, there used to be pool in the 80s. You go and play pool. Manchester, Dundee United, you do all those things. I mean, we used to have that I mean, there's always been gambling. That's not what we're saying here. But we're talking about the level of despondency that has moved men and women that should be gainfully employed, should be somewhere working. We're not saying they cannot gamble. We're not saying people are not going to Las Vegas. But what we're saying that people should be at work, but because they have nothing to do, there's no hope. The only thing they hope for is just to hit it through gambling. That's what we're saying here. And we're seeing the level at which we're seeing people gambling. This country you're mentioning, not everybody gambles here in America, just so you know.
Not everybody gambles in Nigeria either.
So, yeah. That's what we're telling you.
If I tell you,
can I just allow it for a moment?
May I just allow this point? We'll continue. But the level at which Nigerians are gambling, it's insane. We've never seen it before. It is this poverty, this crisis of.
Hold on.
Let me land now, one man. Let me land.
Yeah, you can land. But before you give that attribution, do you know why we've never seen it before? Do you know why?
Okay, tell me why? Why have we not seen it before? Yeah,
because it's a new industry space. Hold on. All these bookmaker shops was not a phenomenon in Nigeria before. It's now a phenomenon now over the last 10 years. So bookmaker shops are opening all over the country. Nigerians like to have a flutter. So, you are saying able-bodied men, able-bodied adults are living in bookmaker shops. Able-bodied men, able-bodied adults are living in bookmaker shops in this country. If you want to see it, I'll go and video it for you tomorrow.
Come on, don't do this.
I'm telling you, it's not a peculiar thing.
No, it is. You don't have people gambling the way people are gambling in Nigeria.
Sorry,
in Nigeria, rather. What are we talking about?
Sorry,
why are people trying to justify all this crap that these people are doing to Nigerians?
I want to conclude with this. I want to conclude this so that another person can speak. The point,
I beg you for 1 second.
Okay.
This is the country where if you don't have work, government will get benefit. You can here. A lot of people decide to stay at home. Do you know that in this country, people bet a lot? They have work, but they still go on betting everywhere. Even those
when you have a work and you are betting, it's even better.
You that people have work here and they still bet. There is a lottery here that you can win up to 1 million euro, 10 million euro.
Okay. Let me conclude with this.
Ask them.
Let me conclude with this. When you have work and you are betting, it's even better. But I'm telling you that a lot of Nigerians that are betting are people that don't have work. Yeah, as they have made that place. They have made that place their home. That is the only place they hope to blow and make money. You understand? So no hope of any work or anything. Both graduate and non-graduate. So, just in few seconds, you know what I don't come here to say. If I don't see it, I will not say it. When you go to, it just was trending on the airspace or the or online few days ago. You know, you don't talk about such things because you might think it's propaganda. Because in every of our sector, we are getting worse. In every of our sector, both call it health, call it education, whatever you want to mention, especially in health. You see what happened to that guy that the wife was pregnant, that he took his wife to the hospital. Before the doctor told him that he must deposit 500,000 naira. Before the guy could beg, please continue, let me go run around for money, this and this, the wife is dead. You understand? The other one happening in a Ebonyi State, his child, he swallowed something before they could. This one is not as if he didn't even have money. You understand? But because of lack of equipment, he lost his child. They couldn't. The doctors could not remove that thing that the small boy swallowed in his neck and all that. So, but you see, for a family not to afford 500,000 naira to rescue his pregnant wife from dying from childbirth.
They
are too many. I don't know how many times you people hear those cases where you are living, but it's quite unfortunate that let me finish now, Remy. Let me finish. It's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate that you use the plight of Nigerian to mock them instead of you to advocate for what is good, what is more better, how Nigerians are going to get more good health and all this, but to use their plight to mock them. When you know that all these things are not there, go and look at your hospitals. You understand? You can look at your hospitals. The other day, the guy was explaining what killed Dagreen. You see it is lack of equipment in your hospitals that killed him. So all these things happen in our country of today. No improvement is deteriorating. But thank you.
Is that not your state government that's supposed to put that in place? How is that got anything to do with Tinubu?
Just leave matter. Don't talk again. Just leave.
Baba, can you?
You see that everybody has bailed out because we won't allow the space for the structure. But I was going to go to Zita, but carry on. I'll probably wrap it up in 10 minutes. Carry on.
Okay, what I want to say is very simple. When you go to all these developed countries, they also have their own problem. Don't always think because there is light 24 hours, the road is good, everything is perfect. There's a lot of issues here. That 500,000 you mentioned, probably a lot of people does not even have up to that one in their own bank account. They rely on credit card, and some of them cannot even meet to repay back this money. Not all what that glitter is gold. Every country have their own problem. Fine. All the example you have made today about Nigerian problem, is this starting today? It has been there for a long time. We have to blame. Let me finish. When you are talking, we keep quiet. We have to blame both the leadership and the followers, because I always base my analysis on one thing. In 1999, most of your governors are just about 19 to 24 years old at that time. Some of them now maybe early 40s or late 40s or early 50s. Why? They are youth. Why can't they change the system? Why can't they change the system? Why can't they bring a new thing? All those people, at least you can see some of them, some of their achievement. So when you blame your leaders, then look at the followers too. The leaders come from the followership. So if you are blaming your leaders, what about the rest of the people? I just give you a very good example. You can pander towards that. And I don't believe in one thing.
What does being a follower has to do with you providing service?
What are you talking about? Nobody. I don't interject. You have to ask for interjection. Can't you be civil for once, please?
No, I'm civil.
You have to ask for interjection. If you ask for interjection, I can give you.
I'm interjecting you and telling me why can't you be civil? What kind of a topic is that?
Yes, you are not civil most time. You are very.
Don't give me that crap. Not civil most time. Are you civil yourself? When you
no, people? I'm better than you. I'm better than you.
Yeah, check, brother. Better than you.
Are not civil.
It's a competition now, right?
So can you keep quiet then? So no matter how you paint it, it does not mean the country will change overnight in under 2 years. But if we are lucky to have successes of good policies and good leadership in the next 24 years, that is maybe 3 presidents, maybe that country will turn around. And what we are talking today, electricity is no more in the hand of federal government. It's in the hand of the state. Even as a private individual, if you have the money, you can also delve into the business. If you want to make your country better, you have to put in the work by yourself. Not everywhere the government do the job for you. The government make the right policies or policy. Sometimes the policy will favor you, sometimes it will be against you. The difference between a rich man and a poor man is very wide. The rich man sees the policies and works around it to make his life better. The poor man complains every time, complain. Never moved to become better in their life. I rest my case here so that other people can talk.
All right. Let's do this. I'm going to the super chatter Navisa, the other one that came in with as well today. So thank you, Navisa. Gentlemen, I'm going to take it to the back end. Anybody that wants to come to the back end can come to the back end. The tomorrow's session, I'm going to make the efforts to make it a bit more structured. I'm not sure that this has been a very structured conversation, but thank you anyway. So thank you everyone. See you later. The link in the comment section. Anybody that wants to come in, come in.
Woman.
Yeah.
Were you able to do your renovation?
It's still ongoing. You know, I have a guest coming on Saturday, and I'm a bit trepidatious that I might have to move him. not a guest coming to the platform. You know, because I can't.
Mama, what is the time for that? What is the Nigerian time for that? Your guest?
It's 9:15.